Hello and welcome to my stream. Tonight we'll play more of Sable. And this is a very early stream, so I would be surprised in case somebody stops by to chat with me during this time. But I'm starting it early today because first it's been some days, more than a week since I last streamed, and that had a lot to do with my physical health pretty much, but also a little bit of my mental health too, because one triggered the other. So I can just say that I kind of have been having some rough days, but thanks to most part of it, it's to my physical health because of my neck pain. Probably I have something going on my cervical spine, and I have been kind of trying to make it to feel better, to make it to stop aching, and it's been complicated because there are days that it aches a lot, there are days that aches less, like today. That's why I'm here. And yes, I still need to work on it. I need to do some stretching exercises, physical activity, and also try to keep my mental health okay. Some days ago I had insomnia, but thank goodness for the last 3 days I have been able to sleep well again, so I'm feeling better thanks to that. But yesterday, for example, I had my head feeling like heavy, so I was also worried about my blood pressure. But then I went out and then I had the firefighters to like kind of check and measure my blood pressure, and they said it was okay, it was normal, even though I was feeling my head freaking heavy and uncomfortable. I was even a little bit dizzy. But as it's not blood pressure matters, then it's okay. It's probably just because this part of my body has been aching and hurting, probably thanks to bad posture. Or also thanks to some days that I can feel more stressed, more anxious, and then it also concentrates there, right? On my shoulders and neck. But anyway, today I kind of felt the best in comparison to the previous days. So I also decided to stream, and as I was kind of not doing anything in particular for this time, I decided to start the stream earlier, also to see if I can do more on this game, because normally I do spend a lot of time exploring and can't really say that I find many different things in one single stream, right? Not to mention that I have been also stopping my streams earlier than like last year, thanks to the TV show that I will also be watching later today. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Also, hi Ultras, what's up, man? Yes, very early earn, right? I'm actually surprised you were stopping by. Are you not working right now? Because I decided to start earlier as it's been some time since I last streamed. But also I wasn't doing anything in particular right now, so I was like, you know what? Let me just start streaming, right? I hope everything has been well. It's been kind of, right? You're working right now? Yes, I figured. I was actually surprised to see somebody stopping by right now. It's okay, man. Get some lurking in here and good luck on all your work. It's like, wait, what? True working? What the heck is that, man? I'm doing so, man, because I have been dealing with my physical health, lots of neck pain and cervical spine problems. But at the same time, I started doing something against it, right? For example, I started Pilates. Hopefully, that's the pronunciation of it in English. And let's see if it's going to fix my body because it's been kind of bad. Also, oh my god, Victor, what's up, man? How's it going? So maybe this will cheer you up. Oh no, 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 no. No, no, man. You did not. I cannot believe you did that. Ultras, you really made a freaking guava paste emote, man? What the heck, dude? I don't know what to say. Like, I think guava paste is one of the best things ever, of course. But at the same time, do people in your channel know guava paste that much? Like, what the heck? Yeah, man. Okay, now we have a guava paste emote. Nice. But I'm like out of words, dude. How come are you streaming at what to me is a very reasonable time? Let's go, Victor. You see, thankfully there was something good about my decision to start streaming it earlier today, right? Victor, it's about a lot of things, man, or it's thanks to a lot of things. First, I haven't streamed in a while because I was dealing with my physical health. This year, I have decided that I need to do something about my physical health because my physical health has been shitty. And It's because I have been dealing with neck pain, right? And I do think it's probably something thanks to bad posture on my cervical spine. So pretty much if I do this right now to if I turn my head left, it hurts a lot, like right here. And then there are days, or there were days in this week that it was super bad. And then I was just saying that yesterday, for example, I was worried about having high blood pressure because my head was kind of dizzy and also heavy. But thank goodness the firefighters measured my blood pressure and then I was okay. But anyway, I have been dealing with a lot of neck pain and also sometimes on my shoulders. And also, if I do this right here on this part of my bones, who knows how is that called in English? It also can hurt sometimes if I kind of force it, you know. So my skeleton has been all crazy. And it's probably thanks to bad posture combined with lack of exercising. I probably need to fortify or strengthen, right, my muscles in this area. And thanks to that, I decided to start doing some physical activity also at home, like by following some YouTube videos and their exercises. But especially, I have decided to start doing Pilates. Hopefully, that's the way to say it in English. Do you guys know what's Pilates? It's kind of like a stretching and fitness workout, but it is kind of is lower than, I don't know, regular workouts, right, that people do to like really get buffed and then get some big muscles. I think Pilates is more chill than that. I would say it's between yoga and also the normal workout, right? So yes, I kind of decided to go for Pilates because my friends recommended me to do that. My physical health, like I said, has been shitty. Some days ago, I also had insomnia because it triggered my mental health. And also I had like heavy breathing and then I couldn't sleep because of the heavy breathing. So, you know, it was a whole mess. So I'm now trying to organize everything. Also, by the way, probably I will still be a little bit disorganized on my streaming schedule because if there will be days that I still feel like not comfortable to be streaming thanks to everything, then I won't. But today I'm finally having a somewhat good day in comparison to the previous days. So I decided to stream today and also start it early because I felt like I really wanted to play more of this game as well because it has a lot to like explore and I felt like I wasn't really doing much thanks to how shorter my streams have been, plus how I have been also chatting a lot with everyone, right? So anyway, Victor, that's the summary of the situation, but what's up, man? Good to see you again. Oh, they will know now? Oh, the guava paste, you need to combine it with cheese, right, Ultros? But thankfully, Twitch has its own stinky cheese emote as well. Also, hi Jones, what's up, man? A bananade. I love how you guys say bananade, but I mean, it could be a word for it in English, right? Yeah, normally, um, I think that banana paste would be better, don't you think? Because you don't say like guavanade, right? Although in Portuguese it is goiabada, so it's like a bananada, which is bananade. So goiabada for guava, goiaba in Portuguese. But it's guava paste in English, so I think it should have been banana paste though. But for the memes, we can go for bananade, of course. I was going to show the emoji, right? Stinky cheese, that it is. Yeah, Ultras, you gotta combine stinky cheese with the guava paste, and then you get Romeo and Juliet. Victor, how has been your touring and everything, man? You have been super busy lately, haven't you? Oh, that really sucks, I know, right? It's Pilates. Wait, Pilates. Pilates? Pilates. Okay, I will try practicing that word then more. It is sort of like yoga, yeah. In the first class, because I have already started an experimental class, I felt that it was somewhat okayish. I did not feel exhausted or very uncomfortable. I took it all right. And then on the next day, I did feel that some muscles they got tired, especially my leg muscles. The other muscles in my body, maybe I couldn't feel a lot of difference because they were already tired thanks to everything that has been going on. Um, but yes, I felt like the exercises were kind of simple. Also, Attacken, hello man, what's up? And X Razok, thank you so much for the raise. What were you guys playing? I'm here just chatting about my bad physical health condition that I have been feeling this year, and then what I'm doing to like get more fit or kind of solve my personal problems. But I'll be playing Sable very soon. Wait, you guys were playing Tetrio? Tetrio? What is Tetrio? Is it? It sounds like Tetris. Tetrio? I have never heard of that. But yeah, basically, Pilates was kinda with some simple exercises that were not like very painful to accomplish or to do them. But at the same time, I did feel some difference on the next day. So hopefully, I can even see more difference within the days, right? Especially on my shoulder and neck area, because that's where it gets to me. Oh, it is Tetris pretty much. Interesting. Is it somewhat a multiplayer Tetris game? Because I used to play some multiplayer Tetris game back in the day, right? It's been forever though. But it is a browser game. Huh. The one I used to play used to be called Block Tricks. But it's so like it was such a simple game and also so old. I'm talking about 2007, I guess, 2006, 2007. So it's been like forever. But Block Tricks was amazing because as you were clearing lines, you could get some bombs, and then you would use those bombs to attack your opponents. And those bombs were very random. Like each bomb had a different power. There was this one in particular that was so funny that it is like a switch bomb. So basically, you could pretty much mess with your screen a lot, and then you switch your screen with another player. And then the other player needs to like deal with the mess you have created. So Block Tricks used to be very great, but it was a very old and simple game, right? It probably doesn't exist anymore. Um, and then hopefully today there are games like that, right? I'm not sure if Tetrio is like that, but I would like to play something around those lines. Normally, the multiplayer games I see, especially on the regular consoles like the Switch, are more normal. For example, you just need to clear lines and then you add garbage piles to your opponent. There aren't more than that, right? Or things more than that, like bombs, like I just said. I don't think Block Tricks. That's exactly the one. Was a guideline Tetris game. It's not. Yeah, it is a. It is like a. It is more creative and unique as well. It's more unconventional. You know, it's completely different, and that's why I liked it. There is also Tetris Effect Connected. I have heard of that, which is the closest comparison to what I have described. It is like that. It has some bombs and things like that. I remember Block Tricks used to have the switch bomb. It used to have the. I think it was actually a regular bomb that you just explode the opponent's game, and then the pieces of Tetrimino they kind of get spread around the screen. There was Deadline, of course, to like make their game to go up. Then there is also the bombs that are good. For example, Clear Line, Nuke, right? You can reset the game. There is a Gravity one. Yeah, there used to be a Gravity bomb too. It is a very fast-paced game. Do you mean Tetris Effect Connected? However, that one isn't free. Oh yeah, probably most Tetris games today won't be for free, right? This one that I played back in the day, it used to be free. I also remember that I used to play a game called Cotrix. Have you guys ever heard of Cotrix? Cotrix was also very OG, right? And it was more simple. I would say that Cotrix was more traditional. Yeah, pretty much a free game to play with servers against other players, and it had just the basics of like you score many points or like you clear many lines and then you add garbage lines to your opponents, right? Without bombs or extras. Something more traditional. Yeah, I remember playing Cotrix too. But nowadays I haven't been playing Tetris though. Not that I'm like a very good Tetris player. I actually think that Ultras that's lurking right now, he plays Tetris probably better than me. But I do like Tetris or some other puzzle games too. For example, the Pokemon League games for both the Game Boy Color and also Nintendo 64. It's a different sort of puzzle, but they are also great. Oh, X is talking about Tetrio. I see, I see. So Tetrio is not for free. Yeah, most games of Tetris today, I would guess they are not for free, right? At least the trendy ones. There is also Puyo Puyo, right? Puyo Puyo Tetris. One of the game modes is connected versus, or just connected, but to play against an AI, where you and three players fight a player or an AI, and then the lone player messes up the board of the three players, and then the three players fill up a bar before they can attack the lone player by connecting their boards and clearing lines together in the connected board. That sounds a little bit like the game I said, right? Although it is also regarding teamwork. Interesting, because in Block Tricks it was like everybody against everybody, right? It was like free for all. It might be hard to understand. I kinda got an idea. Yes, it sounds like a teamwork against this one specific player that can also mess with the others, right? It reminded me of Mario Party, to be honest. There is a Mario Party game, I think it was 9, that it was for the Wii U, and then someone is Bowser, and then the other players are the regular Mario friends. And then the Bowser player can mess with the other people, right? I kinda compared it with Mario Party right now. Let me just go back on the chat a little bit, because I think Victor answered me, but I got into this new talk. I kinda have been all over the place. Yeah, Victor, where have you been traveling now though? Like, where are your next destinations in the world? And then hopefully you have been enjoying those concerts a lot. Oh wait, Tetris is free. It's not even an official Tetris game. So you know what? Maybe it is along the lines of Code Tricks and Block Tricks. And then the lone player is a boss, and they can choose what boss they can be. Wait, they can choose what boss they can be? The boss that they choose have different methods of messing with the opponent's boards. Interesting. How is your favorite way to play as the boss? Like, what do you like to do against the other players when you are the boss attacking? What is the best power you can get from that game? The connected things are related to Tetris Effect Connected. There is one game. I think it is like a... Let me see if I can find it. I actually think it is Tetris Effect, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, Tetris Effect Connected is the game that I was actually thinking right now. Isn't Tetris Effect Connected one of those Tetris games that is very synced to the music? Because I do know some people love that game so much because it has this rhythm part to it, right? And then it's very addicting when you clear the lines and as you play it, right? Because it makes you pumped as you have some sync going on with the game and the audio effects and then the music and everything. I do think it is this one, Tetris Effect Connected. Especially because by checking on Wikipedia right now, it says it is for PlayStation VR 2, and then I think it kind of started becoming popular thanks to the VR technology, but now you can also play it in other platforms, even on the Nintendo Switch. So the last touring that Victor had was in a cruise between Miami and the Bahamas. Victor, when are you stopping by Brazil, man? I'm not a metalhead, but if you come to Brazil, I can see what I can do to like meet you or something. I'll be feeling like a fish out of the water, but you know, you went to Bahamas. If you go down a little bit more, you can get here. He was in a cruise called 70,000 tons of metal. Holy shit. And then the next tour is throughout Europe in March and in April. There we go, man. Nice that you are also getting to know all of those different places and countries, right? It's pretty much, I don't know, a trip around the world, and it sounds amazing. Even though you probably have been also getting tired, I guess, from like playing so many concerts, probably like many days in the week. But I do think it is a great experience, right? Are you still doing the acoustic concerts though? Because I remember the last time you told me about doing concerts in a cruise, you were playing the acoustic versions, right? Is it still going like that as acoustic like concerts? Probably the most devastating attack is a squeeze, which basically blocks 4 to 5 columns of your board, so you can't put any pieces there. Wait, how is that? It. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds very brutal because the person won't be able to complete the lines, right? Okay, so Tetris Effect Connected has your movements add to the music. Exactly. I have heard amazing things about that. Okay, taking my leave. See you. All right, X Razor. Thank you so much for the raid and for stopping by. And good luck on the Tetris too, right? Tetris is amazing. I think Victor also likes Tetris, don't you, man? But I know Ultras likes it for sure. Also, thank you so much for the follow. I need to go back to some more puzzle games actually. But now I have been only playing other things. For example, this adventure exploration game, and then RPGs like Olden Sun. Oh, you guys wanna go to Brazil? Do you guys have many Brazilians fans actually? That's something that I never asked you, right? I wonder how popular is your band here in Brazil, because Brazil does have like a big amount of metal fans, right? And I would even say that happens especially in the Northeast region. There is this one city called Fortaleza, which is the capital of one of the states in the Northeast region, and it used to be known as the metal city of Brazil, and many metal bands normally go there and do concerts there. Although, of course, São Paulo is also another big center for metal bands. Regarding Rio, I would say yeah, but I think São Paulo is stronger in my opinion. São Paulo has a lot of rock and metal culture, hence why the most concerts in Brazil do happen there. While Rio has Rock in Rio, but it's pretty much Rock in Rio, I would say, while São Paulo has other concerts going on throughout the years. The columns that are blocked move every time you place a piece. Oh, so they keep on changing the spot that you are blocked, huh? I see. Yeah, because then it would be impossible for the player to survive, right? Unless it was like timed, and then the player had to survive during a certain amount of time when the blocks were still blocked, or the columns were still blocked. But it sounds very rough. The last acoustic concert is this Saturday, and then after that it is full metal again, as it was the last show of the last year, and the shows on the 70,000, yeah, 70,000 cruise, right? Tetris is fun. Yeah, Tetris is very good, even though it's simple, but it is especially fun when you can do the multiplayer, right? Today I wouldn't say that playing Tetris by myself is that fun, but when there is multiplayer involved, I can get into it. But to be very honest though, I used to play Tetris a lot, like I said, and especially those other different indie or, I don't know, underrated or unpopular Tetris games like Block Tricks, Code Tricks. Block Tricks also had another game, a more simple game called Tetrinet. I also used to play Tetrinet back in the day. But even though I used to play those games, and even though I do like puzzle games in general, I cannot say that I'm good. I'm actually probably trash or very casual. So in case any of you is like somebody that's somewhat an expert in Tetris, you guys will win against me very easily. I don't know, like the game, but I'm not good at all. I'm pretty sure if I ever try playing the Tetris 99 on the Nintendo Switch online, I will not win. I don't even think I would win if I tried the Bomberman 99 stuff too, the Bomberman Battle Royale game, right? Even though I also played Bomberman so much in my life. Normally, I'm very casual in everything I play. Basically, that's it. I don't think there will be this one game in particular that I can say that I'm a pro or like I'm an expert. Not even my favorite games. I'm very, very casual. I'm casual, but at the same time, I'm patient and I also do my best. Or like, I try getting to some improvements, of course, right? As I keep on playing the games. But reaching like the top or like being a fantastic speed runner or something, or I don't know, winning a championship, that's not me. The thing goes away if the boss sends another attack that messes up with the players, or that messes up with the players' boards, or if they place enough pieces without topping off. Wait, let me process that. If they mess up with another player, I see. Or if they place enough pieces without topping off. Enough pieces without topping off? However, it usually lasts a long time, or at least it feels like it because of how devastating it is to your board. And then Tetris 99 has a lot of casual players. Yeah, I imagine, right? Yeah, you just don't need to cross the lines with like a Japanese or somewhat professional Tetris player from Asia, you know? Then you might be okay. But yeah, I do hope that I can only get casual people when I try it at some point. You have good chances of surviving for longer periods of time unless you find, yeah, those rare experts that normally are Asians at the game. It's like 10 or so pieces before the squeeze goes away on its own. Oh, I see. So it is a lot. It can really mess with your game. It's more or less dependent on the state of the game. There is this game, Attack, that I played on stream actually, like a long time ago. It was one of the first games I played here. It is called Henry Hatsworth and the... How is it called? Henry Hatsworth and the Puzzling Adventure? Am I remembering that right? Hatsworth in the Puzzling Adventure. Yeah, that's the name of it. It's a DS game, a Nintendo DS game. I think it was the closest to Tetris game I have played here on the channel, because it mixed up platforming with Tetris, right? So basically one of the Nintendo DS screens was a platformer, a game, and the bottom screen was a puzzle game like Tetris. And everything you did in one screen had an impact on the other. And then you had to be solving the Tetris puzzles on the bottom screen as you progressed in your platforming or in the levels, because the enemies in the platforming part, they use it to go to your puzzle screen. So you had to like swap the screens to beat the enemies down there too in the puzzle part. And then the boss fights as well, they happen on the bottom part too. You had to clear lines fast to cause damage to the bosses. It was a very crazy mix of genres, right? And it was actually something that I really liked in the last Nintendo Direct we got. Because the last Nintendo Direct we got this month had a lot to do with investigation, mystery, and puzzle games. But I liked how some of those games, especially Raincode and also Decapolice, I think that's its name, how they were mixing investigation with RPG or turn-based RPG, right? So I think it is very inviting when games mix up genres that you never really saw before or you have never seen before. But yeah, I would say that Henry Hatsworth was probably the closest thing to Tetris I have played so far on the channel. But I do want to play the Pokemon puzzle games though. Yes, Pokemon Puzzle League Challenge. And I think there is a slightly different title for the one in the Nintendo 64, but I don't remember. But there is one for Game Boy Color and one for the 64. Sometimes it blocks less columns and it goes away quickly. Other times it blocks half of your board and lasts for an insufferable amount of time. So do you mean it has RNG involved too on how much it will impact the player's board? Or maybe it has also to do with what the boss can do, right? For example, I'm not sure how does the boss activate the power, but if the power can be, I don't know, upgraded by like clearing more lines or something, then it can get stronger when he sends that to an opponent, right? Sounds like Cultrix or even regular Tetris, right? That you add more lines to opponents as you clear more lines at the same time. Victor, I can guess you haven't been playing anything, right? Or have you started anything new? I wonder, Victor, if you are starting anytime soon. Um, the Mario vs. Rabbids sequel game, right? Sparks of Hope, I believe. So guys, regarding Sable, I'm still investigating one of our side quests, which is regarding finding beetles. Yeah, this one. It's the Remains of Change. Ifa asked us to fetch some larval husks from the beetle nest near her camp. The thing is that I explored the Sansee a lot and I could not find any beetle nest. So after talking to Subber last time, he made me think that probably when they talk about camp, maybe it's not in Sansee, maybe it is here. It is the Ibex camp. Because it is actually called a camp, while in Sansee, the areas in there were not called or referred to a camp, right? They were referred to like a station, like the Burnt Oak Station. I was assuming when she said camp, she was referring to the station. I was like, okay, it's near her, it's near the station, and I couldn't find anything. But then Subaru made me think that no, wait, maybe it's about a camp. And the only camp that I have found so far is this one, so that's why I returned here. So let me see if I can find this, the larvae, I'm not sure how's the plural, the larval husks in here. If I can't, then I'll return there and look for it again, but I don't know where it is. So the boss basically fills another bar by clearing the lines, T-spins, etc. When it fills an attack, it is done on the players. So it is the same idea, right? That he needs to be clearing the lines, and then maybe the more lines he clears, the more strong his attack goes, right? Oh, Victor actually has played a bit of Pokemon lately, and Zelda Link's Awakening? Zelda Link's Awakening is now on the Nintendo Switch Online, right? Thanks to the new Game Boy games and also Game Boy Advance games. And speaking the classic Pokemon games, Victor, there are rumors, even though it's still not confirmed, but there are rumors that most likely by the end of this month, in the Pokemon Day, right, which is coming up, it is going to be at February 27th, we might be getting the classic Pokemon games to the Nintendo Switch Online and Game Boy Virtual Console stuff too, right? It's not confirmed, but that's the expectation. At the very least, eventually we are getting the Pokemon trading card game for the Game Boy Color, yeah. The boss when gets sent lines needed to defend instead of attack in order to start clearing those lines. True, otherwise he will lose, right? And you just need to do Tetrises and T-spins as per usual to clear them while in defend mode. I still need... Do you think, Attackon, that it is easier to be the boss or harder to be the boss? Because honestly, dealing with 3 other players adding lines to your game can be very bad too, right? Even though you have the power to like mess with them too. I wonder what is the worst in here. Victor still needs to get Spark of Hope, but games are not in his budget at the moment. What is at budget at your moment, man? Because honestly, as you have been touring so much, you should have been able to be getting more things, don't you think? Or have you been after some more synths and also bass guitars? The boss, once attacked, has to do a good mix of attacking and defending so that the players don't feel the bar too quickly. Exactly, I was thinking that maybe it's bad for you to be the boss because the other players could also be pressuring you a lot. And then that the boss has enough space to not top out. It is easier to understand if you just watch some gameplay of it. I think so, but at the same time, you did a good job because I kinda can picture the game. The other three players can only send lines when their bar is filled. Oh, Victor is saying that touring is expensive. I understand, but at the same time, are you guys not getting paid well? Like, is not. I imagine that when I don't know, when someone asks for a band to play in their country or to play in their concert or in their I don't know bar or cruise or somewhere, don't they like deal with the expenses, at least the biggest ones? Like, do you guys really have many expenses to do the touring? For example, I would guess that they would give you a free hotel, you know, or like some food like lunch or dinner, maybe the transportation too, maybe even maybe even and especially the flight tickets. But I don't know, right? I'm not a musician, but I always assumed that when someone like asks for a band to come to their country and everything to play at their event, they kind of, you know, help the band out with the expenses. That's why I was thinking you were going to have some extra cash to be expanding it more or spending it more. There we go. But damn, man, you're also having expenses thanks to touring. The other three players can only send lines when their bar is filled. I don't know which is harder to play as, boss or player, as if you get even one shit teammate, you basically lose. Damn. But if you are the boss, then you are the only one in control of your performance. That's true. If you, like, don't play well, then it's all your fault. I personally prefer playing as a boss since I hate the times when I get a teammate that has no think for like 10 seconds to place a piece when we are doing an attack on the boss or when the bar is filled. The bar, by the way, is shared between the three players. I understand, yeah. But then I have a question. When the bar is filled, do everybody attack? Or is it just like a big attack that was supported by the three players together? Oh, the Leafs had beat Chicago yesterday. How is the tournament now? 5-2. But Tampa Bay caught up, and then they took second place, but then Leafs got it back. So now Tampa and Leafs will fight for second. Actually, we had a talk like that before my breaks, right? That I was like, do you think Tampa can like wait a minute. No, it was not Tampa, right? It was the fourth team, I think. Because you told me before that Tampa was actually a very good team, right? They even have won before in other years, wasn't it? But then the fourth place was a team that were very happy for their performance because normally they are shit. And then I think we were wondering if that fourth team could get closer to the others, or maybe even surpass Tampa. I think so, right? It was not Tampa that I was asking about if they could catch the Leafs or the third place. And then how is Boston? Is Boston still like super crazy far ahead? Here's the thing. My current side quest is the one about the Beatles, and I have a compass. As I'm not sure if where I need to go to find the Beatles nest is either here in the camp or back to Sansee, I think I use the compass to see where do I need to go, right? If I'm not mistaken, I need to follow the... how can I say this? The diamond shape icon on the compass, but it's like the white one. Can I call my ship? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, this makes things easier, right? Yeah, they were way ahead, and I think it's a record. Way ahead, you mean... You don't mean Boston, right? I think you mean the fourth team, or the fourth place team that normally doesn't do well. When the bar fails, the three players boards... Oh, Boston actually? Oh shit. Man. Okay, so somebody needs to stop Boston after this classification part of the tournament, like when the playoffs start, right? Somebody needs to stop them. When the bar fails, the three players boards get connected into one big board. And the boss enters defend mode automatically. And then the three players place a piece each. What the heck? Okay, the game is completely different than what I was picturing then. That sounds so insane. Like a shared screen for multiple players? In order to clear as many lines as possible until the bar is fully drained. What happens if like the pieces they get conflicted? Like, oh yes, I want to place this piece in here, but there is another player wanting to place a piece in there. The idea sounds awesome, but at the same time, how can people, you know, cooperate or not get lost? Until the bar is fully drained or one of the players have topped out. Like the lines don't get cleared while the boards are connected. They instead just get moved to the bottom, so you have less and less space to clear lines. Man. The game mode is called Connected. Now it makes sense. Now I understand why is it called Tetris Effect Connected. Holy shit. I saw a headline that said Boston talking about their record season or whatever during the playoffs. Hopefully, yeah, right. Somebody needs to stop them. Someone from another chart. I'm not sure how to say that. From another group. There we go. From another group, right? The game mode is called Connected Mode. How long I'll be online today? I will see if I don't get, I don't know, any neck pain or something. So, if I don't, then I probably will still be here up to... Let me do the math. It's 6:30 right now, so 7:30, 8:30, 9:30. I think up to 4 hours. Maybe a little bit less, but something close to 4 hours. Yeah. I'm a genie in a bottle. I used to love that song back in the day, right? That's Christina Aguilera. Yeah, that used to play a lot in freaking Fox Kids. Do you guys remember Fox Kids? Before, I used to watch Digimon, Metabots, and other animes in Fox Kids. They used to play some video clips, and then Christina Aguilera used to be one of those video clips. Jennifer Lopez, do you guys remember J-Lo? And then Shaggy, It Wasn't Me, and also, of course, my boys Daft Punk. Yeah, actually that's how I pretty much think I started loving Daft Punk, was because of Fox Kids airing the Interstellar 5555 or like 5555 video clips, which is the, let's say, movie, right, that compiles every video clip of the Discovery album track. Wait, maybe I said that wrong. Every video clip of each track of the Discovery album. There we go. And I was like, holy shit, this animation is beautiful, the songs are fun, and then I became a Dafter, right? I love Daft Punk, so... But yeah, they also played Madonna as well. So when I see things like that, Jonas, I get sent back to the 2000s. Because, yes, I used to watch Fox Kids back in the day, and then they used to air those video clips in their breaks, right? It's a brother from another mother. There are a lot of things I just can't explain in words because I don't know how to, but just know that it's a pretty easy to cooperate with players. Okay, so they kind of simplified it somehow because yeah, on my mind it looks like complete madness. But I should then watch a video of it later for sure to kind of get the idea, right? But interesting because that's something very bold to do in a Tetris game, but at the same time I love it because if it does work like you were saying, that it doesn't get too complicated, then it sounds very fun. But then once again you gotta have very good teammates because otherwise they can ruin the whole big board, right? The pieces can move through other players' pieces. Oh, okay. Since they are not placed yet. But if you know the basics of the game, then things like two players wanting to place a piece in the same spot usually won't happen. Interesting. Do you play that, I don't know, with Discord or something, but people won't have a good time to be communicating, do they? For example, oh, I'm taking care of the left side of the board, or like I'm taking care of the middle part. But I think things are so intense and insane and fast that there is no time for communication, right? You love J Lo outros. I don't know many songs though. I do remember she used to be in the Fox Kids breaks, right? Like I said, but I can't say I know many J Lo songs. Neither Christina Aguilera, to be honest. Christina Aguilera rhymes with Pantera. Oh, Aguilera. Actually, that's closer to Portuguese. I was just thinking in English her name would be different, although now that I'm thinking about it, people's names should be pronounced the same way, uh, no matter where you are, right? So Christina Aguilera, there we go. But that's to no use for anyone? Wait, to like say it like that? There is no communication in the game other than 4 emotes. It's basically simple enough to understand what you need to do since it's still Tetris at the end of the day. Yeah, many of those multiplayer games, especially Nintendo games, they go for those emotes, right? I just remembered that one Zelda game. I think it's called Triforce Heroes. No, wait. Isn't it Triforce Heroes, or is Triforce Heroes the one that's like... No, it is Triforce Heroes, yeah. That game also has lots of emotes for the 3 people controlling the 3 colored links to communicate with each other, right? Which, by the way, that's a game that I still gotta play at some point. That, and also the sequel to A Link to the Past, which was a link between worlds. The 4 emotes are a heart? Wait, but then how is a heart going to help you out? To like tell people what to do? Let me check the map of this right now, because it's showing me that it's kinda outside? So it wouldn't be here? A heart, a smiley face, a thumbs up, and tear, sweat, raindrops. Yeah, that doesn't sound like very good to communicate. They are very general emotes, right? Also, I need to correct my posture a little bit, because if I don't pay attention to me, then I will probably be at a bad posture. I need to at least try being more like, you know, with my straight back or straight spine. It's different depending on how you look at it. I see. It can be either tears, sweat, or raindrops. Oh, because they are not for communications. Yeah, they sound more like, I don't know, good job, GG, or like, damn, we're losing, something like that. It's not really for like, play that piece there, or leave this to me. It's more like after, before a game, I understand. I can stream on Discord if you remind me to do. So tomorrow, if you want me to, a game or two of Connected. Don't worry, man. It's fine. I think I can find totally a playthrough of that on YouTube too, right? Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about that. But you know what? I was kind of surprised that you seemed to know block tricks. Did you really know it? Or did you kind of Google it? Because when I was talking about that earlier today, I did not feel like anybody would know that game. Because it felt so... I don't know, so old, for somebody to know that. There's just not enough time to do such emotes. If you want to communicate like that, then usually rotating pieces is basically the only thing you can do for that. Interesting, communicating by rotating the pieces. Oh, you have... Yes, okay, so that's what I was thinking. Like, I was saying or talking about that, but nobody would know about that, right? I have never heard of block tricks. It just sounds like a Tetris game, and your explanations gave me a good impression to how it would have played. Yeah, it used to be super fun, although also super simple, especially for when it was out, right? It was like a server game that was, very limited on graphics and stuff. But when you got some friends willing to play it with you, it used to be super fun. The looks of it felt a lot like, I don't know, a Windows game, or those simple games that come with Windows? I don't know, Minesweeper, those things? Yeah, it was something like that, but super fun with friends. Especially thanks to the variety of bombs. I'm pretty sure there were other bombs that I just can't remember right now how they were. Yeah, I could only remember those that I mentioned, right? But there are more too. It reminded me of Tetris Friends. I haven't heard of Tetris Friends. Blastries? Blastries? I haven't heard of that one. Blastries? Wait, Blastries is for the SNS? It's also known as Super Scope 6? How is this one? Yeah, the Super Scope is the pistol thing, right? You can play Tetris with the pistol? Okay, this sounds very curious as well. But I haven't seen this one before. Have you played it with the Super Scope, Eagle? I think Block Trees is still running? It just has no play. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not surprising, right? It's super OG. Oh, wait, you were just kidding? Oh no, but it's a real thing though. It was a real game. And I don't know, maybe it could have worked. I just think that getting a super scope sounds too rare or too hard. I don't even think I have seen one in real life, but if I did, it was thanks to this one, let's say, event that goes on in Brazil, that it's pretty much a traveling video game museum. And then there was this one day that they visited Rio, or they stopped by Rio, and I went there, and I have seen some, old consoles and things. I have seen a ROB, or a Rob, right? Which is that robot thing from Nintendo. I have played Super Mario Brothers 3 and also Super Mario World with a big controller, like a super-sized SNS and NES controller. So basically it was a co-op as well, because I was pressing the button to like move Mario or like the D-pad while my friend was pressing A or B to jump or to do some other things in the games. So yes, I kind of played the co-op Super Mario Brothers before, but it's just because the controller for it was huge, so you could like share it with a friend. Yeah, that museum was very fun, but I don't remember if they had a super scope. Maybe, but then I don't remember. Oh yeah, they had, you know what? They had the, how was that called? The freaking failure from Nintendo. The VR thing. Virtual Boy? Was it called Virtual Boy? I think it's Virtual Boy, isn't it? Virtual Boy? Yes, I have played Virtual Boy thanks to that museum. They had Mario Tennis. And it was okay, but totally uncomfortable if you play it for a lot of time. I believe Tetris Effect Connected is the best Tetris game, if you're willing to pay for it. I kinda have to say that even though I haven't seen, for example, the mode you have described today at Tekken, even though I haven't seen that, from what I have heard from like people that have played it before, I can kinda agree with you. Everyone says it's like top tier Tetris game, especially because of how it is synced to the music and how it feels pleasuring for you to have that experience thanks to the music, right? But yes, I now know it has even more than that to offer. It is the most expensive Tetris game as far as I know. Is it like what, a full price Tetris game? I think it is like $60 if I'm not mistaken for the Switch then. I was trying to see. Yeah, it's asking me to go to the back. And then if I go to the back, I will get to that area right there, past the door, right? Let's go to the wind tower. I'm now thinking it is not inside of the Ibex camp. Maybe my first idea was right. Maybe the Beetle's nest is in Sansee. Even though I kind of wanted to go back to... Oh yes, I always forget about this. You can clearly see that there is something about this plant, or whatever that is, maybe a cactus. You see that are the three dots, message, or is speech bubble, right? But every time I check it, nothing happens. You see? So I still don't understand this. I'm not sure if it is a glitch. I don't know if it is something for the future. Maybe I'll need to get a mission or a side quest until it does something. But yeah, not sure what about that. It is 34.99 euros. Let me do some quick exchanging here. 34.99 euros. Oh, it is 194 reais. I see, so it's not really full price, but it is like full price with 30% discount in my opinion. So it's like 70% of a full price game, right? At least for the Switch. By the way, the connected mode is one of the modes of the game. There are even 4 more modes that you can play with other people, those being Zone Battle, Score Attack, and Classic Score Attack. Also, by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but can't you add your own music to the game? And then maybe the intelligence of the game will sync it to like your own music? And maybe that's also why people love it so much? I have the feeling you can add your own music, right? There are like 10 game modes in single player, along with a campaign mode, basically marathon, but with cooler visuals. And then a full price game in Europe is 59.99. Oh, so it's 20 bucks more than that. Okay, so maybe it is more than like 70%? I don't think you can add... Oh, you cannot? So never mind. So I had the wrong impression regarding the music then. Let me call my bike again. At Tekken, do you also like some other puzzle games like Puyo Puyo Tetris, for example? It's like 25 euros cheaper than a AAA title. Yeah, but then I'm not sure anymore if my percentage comparison would still be it, right? Like maybe 35 euros is not like 70% of 55 euros, right? So actually, never mind, 60 euros. So I think it is actually even cheaper than that. It's probably, I don't know, 60% of 60 euros. Oh, 40%, there we go. So it's 60, right? It sounds that it's cheaper there than in here, in Brazil, because in Brazil I think it is only 30% cheaper than a AAA price, at least from my conversion. Unless, of course, the market price for it in here is also different. But then I would need to check it in here. You like Puyo Puyo though? Wait, but you are bad at it? You have Puyo Puyo Tetris. I also can say that I'm worse at it in comparison to regular Tetris. I'm just following my compass, hoping it can lead me to the Beetle's nest. Thankfully, there is like no ship damaging here or bike damage or anything like that. The only bad thing about this compass is that it doesn't tell you how close you are from the place you need to go. It can be like right here or 10 kilometers away, you know, I have no idea. But right now it's kind of pointing... Oh! Yeah, it's kind of pointing to this location, so I finally found it. The Hercules Beetle nest. So it was the Hercules Beetle. I wasn't sure in the past streams if it were that, but it is. How did I miss this place? Oh, it's down there. Interesting. It's funny how it's also very close to the marker that I placed, right? I think the last time I tried to get to this area, I ended up taking a detour and I went to the mysterious shrine. And then I assumed that nothing else was there. Or something else that could have happened was that I saw this spot, but when I was driving to it, I ended up getting sidetracked, thinking that I was going to the mysterious shrine, and then I kinda got myself lost. But anyway, we finally found it, and it was in Sansee. So, okay. Probably this area also will have some chum mags. So let's keep our eyes open. I'm starting to feel hungry now. And it's early, right? Wait, what the heck is this? Oh yeah, also fix my posture. Interesting. Is that a book? There is an old worn out notepad by the tent. Of course, read it. After all of my journeying, my path inside the nest is blocked. The Hercules beetle, she blocks the way and refuses to move. Wait, what? How can a Hercules beetle block the way? Is it a big one? A giant one? I continue flicking through the scroll of notes. I'm at my wits end. The creature sleeps and will not move. I have tried attacking the beast, but its shell is hard as metal and she does not even acknowledge me. Okay, so it sounds like I don't know, a giant beetle? Either that or this character is a tiny one. Because his notepad is also very small, right? There are further notes. There is an unusual plant that has overgrown the tower across from the nest. I plan to investigate this. The smaller beetles seem attracted to the plant. Okay. I wonder now if this plant could have been the one I mentioned earlier today, which is the one that I could interact but nothing happens. And then maybe this was what I was waiting to happen until I could do something about it. But maybe not, because he's saying it's just around or across the tower, right? So it's probably a plant that you can find in here. Man, I can't. I can't keep my posture. I have no discipline. I keep distracted, and then I change everything, and then probably that's why I get my neck ache. Focus, don't change your posture. Actually, there is a better way for me to do that, but I don't know if it's going to work. I need to get closer to my table, and then I use my chairs. I don't know how is this called, but I pretty much place my back on the chair, right? And then I do it like this. This is also good. It's very uncomfortable, but sure, I need to get used to it. There is an unusual plant that has overgrown the tower across from the nest. I plan to investigate this. The smaller beetles seem attracted to the plant. A backseat? Oh, it could be a backseat, right? Although when I hear the word backseat, it sounds... No, never mind. Oh yeah. Holy shit, Attack, and you just blew my mind right now. A backrest? It could be too. It's because when I hear the word backseat, I think on a car. And then the car has the front seats and the back seat, right? So I kind of think on the back seats of the car because they are on the back of the car. But actually, no, it's back from like your back, right? And then it's a seat for your back. That's why it makes sense. Backrest, actually. It says backrest. Okay, so it's backrest. Yeah, I never thought about how would this be called. But honestly, now backseat would also make sense to me. Even though what I think about backseat is like in a car, right? I plan to investigate this. The smaller beetles seem attracted to the plant. Have you been playing anything else, Attacken, other than Tetris? A final scroll on the back of the book. The climb was extremely troubling. If only I had my old grinding stone steel, nevertheless I made it. Holding the fruit that grows on the giant plant seems to agitate it and emit a harmless gas of some kind. Beetles seem to gather around as I do so. I will test my theory with the mother. This sounds kinda complicated, but sure, we need also to get a fruit. And then agitate it so we can also get the beetles to get lured right to us. The notes end. Okay. In here I can see this chest. It's probably money, right? Yes. And they are telling us to look for this one fruit that grows from an overgrown plant. That's across the tower of this area. You have been playing shooters much. Were you any excited? By the way, do you like Nintendo games? Because I was going to ask you if you were any excited for the Metroid Prime 1 kind of remastered, right? That was released for the Switch. Which also, by the way, even though I still haven't watched the video, there was this one video on my YouTube feed today that was saying that Metroid Prime 2 and 3 will most likely also come to the Switch, right? Especially because everybody was kind of theorizing that Nintendo would give us a trilogy port, but they just released the first one first. But there is this one video that I still need to watch that's probably talking about the chances or the odds of the other two Metroid Prime games coming to the Switch too. And it even said something about could this game be one of the most beautiful looking ones for the Switch? Yeah, there was also a video on my feed wondering and asking if Metroid Prime 1 port could be one of the most beautiful looking games for the Switch. That sounds very interesting because like it's just a port from an old game from a Wii, not really Wii, GameCube game, right? And then it could be like that beautiful looking. So I need to check those two videos later. Even though Metroid is not really my thing still, although I do plan to play Super Metroid at some point. But yeah, maybe now Nintendo is finally giving Metroid the credit it deserves. Oh, there is totally a chum egg up there, right? It must have one. So Attacken has been playing Tetris, Puyo Puyo, Warframe, Payday 2, Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain. Is it the one that I'm thinking? I'm not sure. Gunfire Reborn, Deep Rock Galactic. Wait, Deep Rock Galactic, right? Galactic. Killing Floor 2. Get the Orange Door. I think Get the Orange Door is the one bullet hell game, isn't it? Chicken Invaders Universe. That sounds funny. I haven't heard of that one. And then Terraria. Okay, Terraria is the... It's the odd one out. You don't have a Switch? Okay, so you haven't been playing... oh, there we go, the chum egg. You haven't been playing Metroid Prime. But you do like watching people playing Super Mario Maker 2. You know what? Today I was kind of checking some Switch prices or Switch games prices. And Super Mario Maker 2 had a good price. And then I kind of wondered for a minute, man, it could have been fun for me to play it, you know? But then I think I will still wait for Black Friday in November and save it for a sale on the first Breath of the Wild, or Zelda, right? You only have a PC and a phone to play games, no consoles? Yeah, Get to the Orange Door is a first-person shooter with roguelike elements. Wait, is it not the one game that I'm thinking? Because there was one day that someone introduced me to this game. And I think it was this one game, right? No, it is not. Never mind. What the heck? Yeah, never mind. It's not the game that I was thinking. But then I forgot the name of the game that somebody told me about the other day. Which was a game that got very trendy. And it is pretty much a bullet hell game, but it's like the opposite. Because normally you need to avoid the bullets, right? In this game, the bullets come to you. Like, you kinda attract the bullets or the enemies. And I think that game is also about a vampire. But I don't remember how it's called right now. Oh, maybe it is Vampire Survivors? Okay, maybe that's the one? Yeah, the other day someone was telling me about that game. and then I was a little bit mind blown by it. Oh yeah, it is this one. Vampire Survivors. This game got trendy out of nowhere, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I mean, not that it's my game per se, I don't think I would play it myself, but I thought it was interesting how the bullets are attracted to you, right, instead of the opposite. It is a PvE single player game where the objectives in the title, yeah, you gotta get to the orange door. You think it is a not very known game? I disagree though, I have heard of its name at least before. I just got mistaken on how is the gameplay, because I was thinking you had to avoid the bullets, like in Vampire Survivors, to get to the orange door, you know? But never mind. Maybe in Vampire Survivors you just need to survive through waves of enemies and bullets. Vampire Survivors is the game that popularized this type of genre. Yeah, and then some other clones were created, right? By the way, the game is free on mobile. Do you mean Get to the Orange Door or Vampire Survivors? You think Vampire Survivors is more known than Get to the Orange Door? Oh, Vampire Survivors is free on mobile? Interesting, good to know too. Even though it's also not my game, but it's curious. Okay, so personally speaking, I think I have heard of Get to the Orange Door before Vampire Survivors. Because if it were not for this one person in the chat the other day telling me about the game, I think I would not have heard of it. I mean, never mind, there was one day too that I was browsing through Steam, and it was probably in the last Steam sale, right? When they give you a promotional card as you check the recommended games, right? The discovery list of games. I have the feeling they had Vampire Survivors there one day. But then I only really identified the game because somebody told me about it before, right? Maybe if I was not told about the game, I would just skip it and never really pay attention to it. But I'm pretty sure I have heard of Get to the Orange Door before that though. How? I don't know. At least the name was familiar to me. Get to the Orange Door is like 6 years in development? Wait, do you mean it's still not over? Also, by the way, what the heck is down there? Holy shit, I fell a lot. Oh, those are the larvae husks. I love this music, by the way. There is something about this song that distantly makes me think on my favorite series, Dark. Yeah, Netflix Dark, right? It is the electronic part of the song. Yeah, the robotic part of the song reminds me of some Dark soundtrack. Get to the Orange Door got basically remade like 4 times at this point. Jesus, why is that? Like, what makes the game so hard to convey? It sounds like Metroid 4, right? Metroid Prime 4? That they had to reset the game's development to. The game is still in early access. It's because the developer isn't afraid of scrapping things if they didn't work. Honestly, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, like, take your time, right? Which is something, by the way, that the Pokemon Company should be doing. Now that the Pokemon Company kinda wants to release a new Pokemon game every year, or like a main game every year, their games have been with lots of problems. But people could wait a little bit longer to get a better product, especially at release date, not like what's going on with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet that's getting updates to fix the broken game, right? No, just release it with the updates and then, you know, looking good since day one, not really full of glitches since day one. The dev wasn't happy about how things turn out every update, so they went to a different gameplay loop every time and such. Wait, but you mean like updates on early access, right? Here's the thing. You said that get to the attack. Wait, get to the orange door had roguelike elements, wasn't it? Yeah, first person shooter with roguelike elements. I'm assuming that the one, like, is it like a battle royale or something? Because I'm assuming that people are competing to see who gets to the door first and then that's the winner. Is that how it goes? Honestly, if that's how it goes, then I think it is a very good game. No, it is single player PvE, okay. Which is sad now to me though. I would love if that game was a multiplayer experience with that idea. Update, every major update was a rewrite of the game. So they really restarted everything from scratch. But were they able to keep the game, or at least the idea of the game, like the original? Because actually from what you were saying, I think that the game is something completely different than how it started. Yeah, because even a different gameplay you were saying. And that's actually kind of funny. That the game developer would go for such a change, you know? But it could happen too. Sometimes you learn something different from your original idea, but then this one different thing you learn can also be better than your original idea, right? So you kind of change your plans completely. But from my impressions, the game I would like to see from its title would be this one, like a multiplayer game where people are competing and battling against each other to see who gets to the orange door first. Which, by the way, sounds a lot like Fall Guys to me now, right? But for some reason, because it is like a shooter game. Oh, and we also could get the larvae, right? The larvae husks. Wait, husks, right? So we finally did it. But I will still finish exploring this area because maybe there is more to this. Especially towards chum eggs. I don't know, probably. I think that the dev only started thinking about that type of thing later on. Around the time I picked up the game and followed the updates. Yeah, maybe his ideas were coming as he was working on the project, right? But I do respect him for not being, I don't know, stubborn or stopping himself from doing something that he do believe, or he does, right? He does believe that would be better for the final outcome of the game. Because yeah, some game developers would totally release, I don't know, a game that follows their original idea but could not be the best they could have done, right? We got some more money here and another larvae, but this larvae won't be for anything for now because it is extra. To get an idea on how many times the game got basically rewritten, there are basically like 8 betas of different stages of the game. And they are all playing mostly differently with a few things in common. I wonder, and probably someone has made like a video on YouTube comparing them all. And those videos are very interesting when they compare how, in this case, a game has changed thanks to every update or every attempt, right? The most current one, in your opinion, is the most promising one. And I'm pretty sure the dev is also of that opinion. But did I get the idea of the game right? That you need to get to the orange door. Maybe getting there is even more important than beating the enemies? Like, maybe the AI is trying to stop you, to kill you and everything, but you just need to avoid them and then go for the orange door? Or do you actually need to beat the AI so you can get to the orange door or something? Because if it is also about my idea right here in my mind, this game should also have a lot of platforming. Especially from the looks of it, from the images I have seen, right? The game isn't popular enough for a video like that. Really? But you haven't looked it up? Man, why do I have this feeling that this game had a somewhat fan base? Even though it is not as big as Vampire Survivors like we were talking about, but I don't know, I just assumed that this game was somewhat more popular than what it was. What the heck? This actually reminded me of something that I was watching the other day. It is like this one Brazilian couple that they have been bringing up random topics to talk about while they are doing house chores or like eating breakfast or something. They have been having some discussions about random topics, and one of these days they were talking about how people sabotage themselves, but that's not really what I was going to say, it's just the topic of the video. But they were saying how sometimes the way you describe yourself, and then like it can be something minor, the more you keep on checking on that description of yourself, the more you start believing you are that. Or actually, never mind, the more others could also believe that's you, right? For example, the person said, she was kidding, but at the same time, it was a good example. She was talking about traveling to Italy. She wants to travel to Italy like next year, and she was researching for YouTubers that were like traveling YouTubers, showing how is the trip like, or what can you do in those places, or what can you do in Italy and everything. And then she found this one woman that she described herself as like luxury traveler. Yeah, luxury traveler. And then the Brazilian YouTuber was comparing herself to the luxury traveler, right? Saying that, oh my god, the places she goes to, or like the things she eats, or the things she buys in the places she visits, sound too much, or like too extreme, or too expensive, or it's not really her reality. But at the same time, she was surprised the woman described herself as luxury traveler. And then she was thinking that if she told herself on, I don't know, on her Instagram account that she's a luxury traveler, some people could believe she is that, and that made her think that sometimes the way you describe yourself could be the way others could start believing on what you are, and then you could start being known as a luxury traveler in that example. So basically, where do I want to get? I don't know why, but I had the impression of Get to the Orange Door being popular. So maybe wherever I saw that, or wherever I got to know the game the first, maybe that gave me a first impression, or like a description that the game was getting popular. and then instantly it got popular in my mind. But in reality, in facts, that's not what Attacken is telling me, that the game is actually not very well known, right? So that's the power of like description. If you tell something so, others could believe in that, even if it's not really like it, right? And it kind of happened to me with this game. It was like a random topic, but it really made me think a little about it, right? On how sometimes you say something about yourself and then I don't know, you put it into the internet or like you put it to others to see it, and then some people can start believing that's fact or that's a fact, right? Even though it may not really be that accurate. And then with time you'll be known for that. The game in the 1.0 release will be split in 3 acts. Act 1 is currently the one available, with 3 or 4 levels in the act. It sounds short, right? Only 3 to 4 levels? Let's do some climbing here. Yes, I think when we read the notepad and they were talking about how that person wished to have the gliding ability and also being able to climb, this is why, right? This area also reminds me of somewhere else in another game I have played. No, oh yes, I think I'm thinking on Ahead in Time actually. In the world that I stopped playing that game, there was a well, and I had to climb the well while the water was getting to me, right? While the well was getting filled up with water. So I had to be faster than the water. And speaking on Ahead in Time, I will be back to that game, don't worry. I just need to stop, not really to stop, I just need to end or finish the current games I'm doing. And then eventually I will return to Ahead in Time, most likely during the weekdays, and try to complete it. The gameplay loop goes like this. You go into the level, explore the map, right? Explode the map, kill the enemies that spawn for a currency called shards, and then you spend the shards to buy upgrade guns and buy equipment. That sounds a little bit like tower defense. You find keys to open bunkers. Don't worry, I got the context, but it was funny though. Explode the map, right? You find keys to open bunkers which contain loot, ammo, health, things to buy and upgrades, and you eventually find the orange door. And then you get near to it, you need to kill enemies. It's like 50 enemies, similar to Risk of Rain 2's teleporter. I do think Risk of Rain is the one that looks like Zelda, isn't it? That another person talked to me in the past about it. And actually the person suggested me to play it, even though I thought it was... It is the game that looks like Zelda Breath of the Wild a lot, graphically speaking, right? Exactly, I have never played this before, but another person, I don't remember who was it though, but told me about this game, made me curious about it, and it looked better than what I thought. From like just hearing Risk of Rain, I was thinking, oh, this game is not for me, it looks very serious, or it sounds very serious, but then after checking the pictures, it is just like Zelda, and maybe, you know, it's very fun. Yeah, Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain's teleporter charging, and then after killing the enemies, they stop spawning. And you can, well, get to the orange door. I hope the sequel is something different, I don't know, get to the purple window, right? You know, something like that. Risk of Rain 2 is very good, amazing soundtrack, gameplay loop, and also great graphics. I do love those cartoonish style games, right? For example, this one, wait, this one? Yeah, those graphics are perfect to me. Another larvae. No chum eggs? I was hoping to find chum eggs in here though. Let me take this slowly. Look down. Can I look down? Hmm. The freaking smoke bubbles, they make it hard to inspect the place, right? Ah, my neck. Yes, I don't see anything else. I don't feel 100% sure there isn't anything else, but I can't see anything else. After getting to the orange door, you do that again in the next level, etc. And you repeat. Get to the orange door has neon graphics and a lot of lights and such. You said that the... No, wait a minute. You were saying that the soundtrack of Risk of Rain was very good. How is the soundtrack of Get to the Orange Door? Is it retrowave? Because if it has neon, it gotta have some retrowave song, right? Yes, I can't see anything else, so I will keep on climbing. Oh, you're not sure how is the music genre called? It is probably retrowave. Is it electronic? If it is electronic, full of synths, and if it sounds like the 80s, it is retrowave. Which, by the way, I love it. My favorite retrowave band is FM Attack. Yeah, FM Attack. But another very good retrowave band, Ultras also likes it, is The Midnight. It is electronic, but I'm not sure how a synth looks like. I I also have to admit that... Oh, look at this view, oh my god. Yes, I have to admit that I can also struggle to like identify elements and instruments and stuff. But after telling people that understand such things, for example, Victor, he tells me that the songs and the bands I listen to, they are full of synths. So I'm like, let's go. But personally speaking, I'm not very wise towards music elements, right? You cannot distinguish it from the rest of the music. Yes, I can't say that I'm very good at that either. But it sounds interesting, or like it has a good chance of being retrowave then, because it has neon graphics. Maybe that's the music style they could pick for it, right? So that was the Beetle's nest. I think this is actually a big gray dead tree. It looks a lot like a tree, right? Have I been there? I think I haven't been there. And is that a chest? It is a chest. And a butterfly. Actually, two butterflies. A little bit more money. It is probably 80s music? Okay. So I have the feeling I got it. It's most likely retrowave. Yeah, even outside of the tower, we got lots of small details around it. Even more bugs. This one is another butterfly, right? you can send me the soundtrack of the game, or at least the Act 1 soundtrack. You could post that on the Jukebox channel of the Discord channel, right? That's where we share music on Discord. I can totally listen to it after the stream. Let me try also getting the chair and the backrest correcting here. Man, so many butterflies. Do these butterflies eat the beetles or the larvae? But Attack and you were actually playing so many games at the same time. Right now, I have been playing Sable. Like, I have been playing the games on stream. Sable, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Golden Sun. Those three, right? Yeah, I have been playing those three on stream. Then on my Switch, I was playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's the one that I'm focusing the most at the moment. But also Xenoblade Chronicles and Mario Kart 8. Yeah, I was playing a lot of Xenoblade Chronicles. Then I went to Mario Kart 8. And now I'm focusing on Smash Brothers. It's funny how I'm also finding some spirits on Smash Brothers that are related to Golden Sun. There was even one that I think it spoiled me on a character named Matthew. Not sure if it is a character from the first Golden Sun game or the sequel, but now I know there is a Matthew in Golden Sun. Oh, there we go, another treasure chest. But yeah, I would say those 6 games are the ones I'm playing, plus Pokemon Go. I also tried some demos of games on the Switch. I tried Sea of Stars, which is like a Chrono Trigger-like game. A Chrono Trigger-like indie game. The demo was okay, but the game looked hard, to be honest. I haven't played much, though. I only played it a little bit. And I also tried a little bit of Tinykin, which is a game like Pikmin, that I also want to play it in the future. But I also haven't really played the demo for that much, right? Only a little bit, and it was good. It had a somewhat different plot than what I imagined. It was a plot about returning to Earth after many years. I'm like, really? But something actually happened to Earth that humans had to leave it. But then this one human wanted to return to Earth, so he was learning about what used to be on Earth. Those are the games I have been playing this month, on and off. Yeah, me too, man. I have been playing those on stream more often. But offline, I normally only go for one game. And then for some reason, something makes me jump into another. For example, right now I'm at Smash Brothers Ultimate Mode. But maybe eventually I will, for example, meet this one Mario Kart 8 friend that loves Mario Kart 8 so much again, and then he will make me go back to Mario Kart 8, so I can play it with him in the future too or something. I almost returned to Xenoblade again, but I'm still enjoying Smash Brothers a lot. Maybe also after I finish something on Smash Brothers, for example, the single player career in there, right? It's called Spirit of Light, I think. Yeah, maybe after I complete that, I can see myself jumping to another game. Well, I have basically too much free time in your hands, so you just play video games. Yeah. But you went for many at once, right? I do play many different games too, but not as many. But to be honest, I also need to go back to some games, right? For example, Ahead in Time that I was mentioning. I haven't beaten Ahead in Time in here, and I need to go back to it. Something else that I also should be doing is not forgetting about my 3DS games. There are a couple 3DS games that I have started, but I still haven't finished them. For example, Harmonite, which is a rhythm game. Which is funny because the other day I also found a spirit in Smash Brothers of Tempo, and Tempo is the main character of Harmonite. It's so funny how Smash Brothers really got all sorts of references and characters in it that you could not believe. For example, another game that I played on stream that I love is Elite Beat Agents. It's my favorite rhythm game. And then the Elite Beat Agents are also in Smash Brothers Ultimate. Everything is there. Everyone is there, just like the commercials used to say, right? It's real. You never know who you're going to find in there. I kind of wish, or I kind of hope that there is somebody living here, like a character that I can talk to. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Is this a secret passage? Interesting, there are chests on the other side, but how to get there? I still can't believe I totally skipped this area, right? Because it is so full of things. But for some reason I could never find it. Wait, what the heck is this now? A statue of something? It is so hard to like not move my head like closer to the monitor. But at the same time, I'm too tall for this chair. I really love the colors of this game. Maybe my only thing to criticize right now is that, I mean, I will criticize it, but it's just because of my expectations. It's not because it is doing a bad job or because it is bad. No, it's just because I had higher expectations. I was going to say that I was hoping for more songs with lyrics. And I still want to believe there will be more. But so far, we have only been getting the ambient music, right? That is good, and it plays at the right moments and stuff. But my expectations were higher than that. You think that the music in here is unsettling for you? Seriously? I think it is exotic. Maybe exotic is a good way to say it, but I don't think it is unsettling. Although this game's plot, it is kinda dark, but it's because I'm not sure what really happened to like this place that we are at, or I'm not even sure if this is Earth, you know? But it's very apocalyptical. Wait, what is that right there? Oh, I need to get it. Go back. Could that be the fruit they mentioned? That they said that there was a plant that overgrown across a tower. I think maybe this is the tower. And it has a fruit. Is this the fruit? It is the fruit. But then, how do they want me to use that to lure the beetles? Or at least the queen, right? Where is the queen that the notepad was talking about? And sadly, I cannot jump with this. You know what? Put it here. I think I need to explore this area more. Maybe find the Beetle Queen. And then find a news for that. Either that, or return to the camp. Or actually I should say to the station. To the Burnt Oak Tree station. Complete the side quests. And then see if the side quest will have another step. Which could have been this, right? Finding the Beetle Queen and luring her or something. They were saying that the Beetle Queen blocked a path. Blocked a path to where? Because I couldn't see anything blocked. Although we also have this weird statue, right? I could try bringing the fruit here, but I don't know if this would react to it. Probably not. Have we been to the top? Let's try getting to the top. I don't really know the objective of this game. And you are playing Warframe on your main monitor as well. Actually, the plot of this game, or the objective of this game, is it's very vague. Because we pretty much explore these lands. We get to some people and then they ask for our help. And we help them because we are, let's say, we are fulfilling a moment in our life that it's called glider. So we are known as the glider from others because we reached a certain age, and then during this part of our lives we have magic powers that will not last forever. That's what the characters in here, they were telling me in the past, which is pretty much the ability to glide, right? That's why we are gliders. And then they were saying like, live your life, find things to do, or like help people out, explore the world, get to know the world. So it's very like vague and inspirational, like the ideas and the objectives of this game, but it's not really concrete or like something that I can tell you, oh yeah, we gotta beat the final boss. No, it's more about go live your life in a journey. That's pretty much what this game is telling us to be doing. And it's because we reached an age that we can use this power. And it looks like when we get older, we lose that power. Which could be a metaphor to life, I guess. That when we are like teenagers or younger, we can, I don't know, live more dreams, or, you know, we might have more dreams to accomplish, or we might be more brave to be living things. And then as we grow older, we realize that life is harsh, and then everything we plan won't really happen, or at least not everything. But then that's my interpretation of this game. Not sure if that's exactly what it means. But yeah, it's pretty much an exploration game with random side quests about exploring, about nature, and helping others. But maybe there will be a goal in the end, right? Which I think will be to complete this ritual or this passage of being the glider. Let me drink some water. Oh wait, I forgot to bring my bottle. I forgot to bring my bottle. Let me go get it. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so we got to the top of this ruins. But there isn't much to do, right? I couldn't find more chum eggs. I found the fruit, but then I don't know where is the Beetle Queen. Wait, what is that right there? I think I should check. Where is it? That right there. What is that? I'm also looking from here. Yeah, what is that right there? There is a chest in here. Okay, once again I need to get to a good posture. The thing is that my back is okay on the chair, but not my head, right? And then my head is what's the problem, because my neck goes like to the front when it should be to the back, you know? I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm sitting correctly. I think I'm not though. Maybe I'm sitting in a better way than before, of course, but I don't feel confident. Anyway, I'll take another look around, but I'm feeling like I have checked everything, or at least most of this area. And then we return to the Burnt Oak Station and complete one of the side quests. Although I wish I could understand what was that about the fruit and the queen. The Beetle Queen. Because that fruit is not... yeah, that fruit right there is not here for nothing, right? Especially not after the notepad. And they were saying that... you know what? Let's go read the notepad again. We gotta crack this puzzle. Even though I don't know where exactly to go, but it was somewhere that was supposed to be blocked by some reason, or for some reason. Oh wait, that's how I get here, good. I actually forgot about this. Okay man, good luck on Warhammer though. I'm not sure if I will manage to like stream up to those 4 hours that I was saying like earlier today, because I have the feeling my neck is getting a little bit more uncomfortable. But I will see. I will see how much I can be going. And this is so BS, right? Otherwise I would be streaming more. But honestly, right now what matters to me the most is to sleep. Because when I can't sleep, thanks to insomnia, I lose my peace. It's like so bad. Thank goodness I could sleep in the past 3 days, but before those 3 days, I had two insomnias. I had like one insomnia, then I slept the other day thanks to exhaustion, then I had insomnia again. And then I slept the other day also thanks to exhaustion. But it was so bad. Because I get tedious, like I don't have anything to do because I haven't rest. And then everything I like doing normally, I can't feel alright about doing them because I'm not rest. So it sounds kind of boring. And then it makes me feel uncomfortable or worse, right? Let's go inside of the nest again. Actually, I should recharge. Pilot, hey man, what's up? Also, welcome back, Attacken. Pilot, how's it going, man? Thank you so much for the resub. I'm slowly closing in on to triple digit. Yeah, man, eventually, who knows, right? But how's it going, man? Good to see you again. How the F do you have 6 3 months of being a sub? That's over. It is. Yeah, the channel has been over 5 years. It's going to be 6 years next month, by the way. Yeah, my channel was created in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this channel is old, man. In March, I think 17th, it is going to be 6 years of the channel. If I'm not mistaken, though, it's been a while since I last checked the dates, but I think it is in the 17th. And Pilot has been here for a while, that's true. God damn. Yeah, time also flies, right? Maybe you don't have that impression that the channel is old or something, because I take forever to beat games. So let's say that as I haven't played many games on the channel, it feels like I haven't streamed for that much, you know? Let's say, oh yes, in 5 years of the channel, you have only beaten, I don't know, 15 games, you know? While some other channels out there, in 5 years, they have beaten 40 plus games or something. Yeah, but it's been more than 5 years, almost 6 years. You're doing great. Nice to hear it, man. The sushi you got it delivered. Starting to relax after a long day of work. Man, I haven't been having good days though. I'm not sure how much you have followed the news, but I'm with like a neck ache, and I was investigating that, and I think it has something to do with bad posture and my cervical spine. And I still need to go to a doctor, but I decided to go to Pilates. Hopefully that's the pronunciation, Pilates, to like start exercising more and stretching more, so I can stop this ache or from aching. In the past days this week, I had insomnia because it got to my mental health too. Yesterday I had something uncomfortable on my head. It felt very heavy, and I was worried of it being like high blood pressure, but thankfully it was not. I went out to like get my blood pressure measured by the firefighters, and then they said it was normal. But I was worried of like also having high blood pressure. And then today it was one day that I felt the best about this condition now. So that's why I'm back in streaming. But it's very frustrating, right? That I'm now developing this problem on my body. And then this year will be all about recovering from that and then doing more physical activity now with Pilates. That's the one I picked thanks to my friend's suggestions and also my mom. My mom wanted me to try that one. Maybe in the future, who knows, if I really get into fitness, then I can do something else about, really working out into something that could grow my muscles. But honestly, right now, that's not my something that I really want to do with myself. I just want to get healthier. But yeah, besides that, everything's okay. But this sucks, man. I just don't expect people with such a small community to have been around for this long. Yeah, it's because I can't say that my, let's say, my channel or my community here, it's kind of different, right? Like, it's not everybody that looks for the content that I give. I think it is very actually rare or hard for someone new to stop by and really get along with the community and everything. Most times, I'm always talking to the same people, which is not a problem in my opinion. Even though I like to interact with everyone, I think that it is hard for somebody to really invest their interest, maybe in on me or on the community. But as long as I'm having fun and like playing the games that I want and also chatting to people, and then most of times like the same people, but that's not a big deal to me, that's good. But I'm just saying that I think that my channel and everything here is kind of different than the rest. And also, there are many people that like lurking in here. Yeah, there are people that normally lurk in here and they like lurking here, but that's also okay, right? But in general, I think my community is still small. Yeah, it's. I think it's also because this is a different space, right? Maybe some people are more interested into watching some certain games that I don't play, or maybe they don't want to chat that much like I do, or I don't know, maybe they just want to hear from somebody that has, I don't know, a better English level than me or speaks fluently or something. I also think I do speak fluently, although I have my accent. And of course, I have my mistakes, but that's part of the process. But yeah, I'm not sure though, but it's all good by me as long as somebody is stopping by. That's the thing. As long as I'm not completely forgotten and like doing this for nothing, then I'm good. Many times I have wanted to get a huge raid going to spread love. Okay, so here's the thing though. I'm going to admit and confess something here. I appreciate the intentions of like the raids I normally get, but like I was saying, this channel is normally not for everybody, you know? So I have noticed that many times that I get rated and things, and I don't know, somebody I don't know, interacts on that day and even follows or something, those people kind of never return because I think there is some sort of formality in raiding in other channels that doesn't really is it means reality, right? For example, I think that the people that will stick and participate are the people that get here and really um, do it by themselves or like by their choices, not because they were raiding or something. So, for example, Attacken actually had a raid earlier today, and I'm thankful for that. And Pilot is now saying that he wanted to bring like a huge raid or something. But I think that it's hard for that to really work, you know, for like people being part of the community or becoming part of the community because this is not really what people expect to get, I guess. My channel in particular. It's just my opinion and my impression. I can be wrong though. But I kind of have noticed that it's better to the channel's growth when it happens naturally. Like when there is this one person that suddenly found my channel and then the person paid attention to it and then oh yeah, suddenly I decided to, you know, follow and everything. But when it's a raid, it's more like a formality thing that normally doesn't work, at least not to me. But I'm not sure. But I know he's not a big. Yes, Pilot knows that. You see? Yeah, it's because I think it should happen naturally. You know, man. For example, some people will stop by, follow, and then I don't know. Next week they will realize that they never stopped by my channel anymore, and then they will unfollow, which is okay too. But I think it's better when it happens naturally. Honestly, I don't even remember how I found out about my channel. Was it from G Gmail raid? No, I don't know that person though. I think not. Another streamer where you are more active in their community? No. I also I'm not sure how you found my channel either. It could have been thanks to one of the RPGs I played. Normally that's how many people find me, right? Thanks to the big games I play, like Final Fantasy games or something. But if I had to guess, although I can be wrong, are you by any chance part of Draco's community? Because there are also many people here thanks to Draco's community, right? Because actually Draco was like the second person that that found my channel like in history. And then Draco was like a big person to support the channel, right? Yeah, Parrot has been here since Chrono Trigger. You were playing that text. Oh, really? Ord? Ord. Yeah, the text-based game was Ord. Seriously? So you know what, Attack, and probably somebody rated you here then. Yeah, that was Ord. I could swear you were following previous than that, right? Yeah, Ord was like 2 years ago, I think. It was one of the games I played for a stream anniversary, actually. Maybe 3 or 4 years stream anniversary. I think 4 years stream anniversary because the 5th year I have not done anything. Yeah, the game we were talking about was Ord. It's like word, but without the W because you have three choices, right? So it's like not four letters or like not four words. It's Ord. Yeah, that game totally did not get like a new person that found me on Twitch like normally. No, it was totally thanks to a raid. I'm not sure, but that's the earliest memory that you believe you can recall from my channel. Yeah, if that's the one, then it was thanks to a raid. Because nobody really searched on Twitch for like... What an odd hole, right? Yeah, nobody really searched for that game here. But yeah, I don't know, I have this feeling that when I get rated, communities start mixing up, and then most of times I think my community is very different than the other communities. And then that's why I think that people from raids, they normally don't stick around, within time. But it can happen though. For example, and Pilot will remember this. Pilot, do you remember? I think his name was Billy, that he was playing Chrono Cross like a long time ago. Billy something. I forgot what was the other, the rest of his Twitch name, right? But thanks to that raid that was driven by Billy Luna, that's the one. Thanks to that raid, Pilot, you pretty much brought, let's say, the MVP of like um, Twitch watcher from my channel, which is Subaru, because Subaru got here thanks to that raid that you brought from Billy Luna, right? Because I think I was also playing Chrono Cross by the time. And I was stuck trying to find the Starkey's rocket or airship. Yeah, it was in that raid that Subaru came to my channel. And then Subaru is here pretty much in every stream I have. He's like the MVP because of that. Maybe later tonight he can also stop by or something, but it was thanks to that raid. And then Billy Luna hasn't streamed anymore, I think. By the way, I need to get myself at a better position again. But yeah, I just think that my content, my channel, me as well, I'm very different than everything else. And maybe most people don't watch to my content, and that's all good. But I do like that the community that I have and the people that do watch me, they do it because they really like it. So I'm very grateful for that. And that's actually all I'm asking. So that's why I don't feel like very bad if my community is not growing that much, or like if I'm not getting many followers. I prefer to have this closer contact with the people that are here than just getting numbers and numbers and numbers, right? Attacking is pretty sure most people in a raid just stay for a raid for the channel points. Oh really? It's even for the channel points? Come on. But indeed, like, it's such a formality that I don't like that much. That's why also, in case somebody is wondering, that's also why I don't raid. It is nothing personal, in case you are a Twitch streamer that is part of my community and then I normally don't raid you. It's just because I think it is a big formality. And I think that, like, if I bring you guys to another person's channel, the communities will mix, but every community is kind of very different, and then I think that for most part, people won't really engage into the other person's community. It can happen though, like I was saying, thanks to Pilot, we got Subway here, Attack and also probably got here thanks to a raid. But I think it is something that feels, I don't know, artificial, kind of. I gotta also say that sometimes there are people that have nothing in common to me as well, and then they kind of get to the community thanks to sometimes raiding, and I don't know, sometimes it's even awkward, to interact with like people that have nothing to do with me. So there are those things about this matter that I think about. Billy stopped streaming when he started his PhD. Yeah, he was studying doctor classes, or like he was becoming a doctor, right? You can get 250 channel points if you stay for a raid. I think people normally stay for a raid for the numbers, like when the other person gets the alert message, it shows they are like a big number, oh, someone is raiding you with a party of 5 or 10 or something. And I also normally stick when somebody's raiding to help on that number. But I don't. Maybe it's just me as well. I'm very picky towards what I do, what I watch, who I meet, and everything. I rarely will really engage in a raid. Like when somebody raids me to another channel, I rarely will really have a certain sort of uh, big connection to the streamer. It can happen, but it normally doesn't. Anyway, but yeah, the community hasn't grown that much for both for two reasons. One is that not many people really get here and then stay for long, but also some people do leave, right? There is also that, which is okay. But what is important to me is that every time I'm streaming, somebody do stop by and or does stop by, and that's enough, I think. And eventually new people come, old people leave, and that's actually life. But anyway, let's just move on, shall we? I returned here because I want to check the notepad again. By the way, Pilot, I was telling you about Pilates. Pilates, hopefully that's the way to say it. Do you know about it? Do you think it's going to be very good to me? I know you like Tai Chi, right? I think there is a big perceptual difference between those streaming for fun and those trying to make it a career. I mean, I think both things can happen too, right? Like I don't think that there are like separated things or they must be separated things. Both could happen too. But at the same point, um how can I say this? Um I don't know how to say this very well, but I think that um, we gotta kind of deal with what we have, and then that's good enough. So I think like that. I'm very satisfied with things right now, and if it is to be something else, then sure. But if it's not, then it's okay too. It's something around those lines, what I feel. Especially because I'm not really sure. Let's suppose that my community got like a crazy amount of people, and I would need to interact with a crazy ton amount of people too. I don't think I would be able to handle that. Like, look at me right now. I have only two people chatting with me on the chat, and I take like a lot of time talking to them. Which is not a problem, but I'm just saying that if there are like 50 people on the chat, I will get completely lost. Maybe I could, I don't know, get adapted to that situation in case it ever happens, but at the same time, it is going to change things a lot, and then I'm not sure if I would like that change. You know Pilates a bit? Your partner used to do them. It's a good workout for functional movement. Yes, I do hope it helps my neck and shoulder condition. And then it fortifies or strengthens this area, right? But also the rest, because I did feel my legs hurting in the next day after the experimental class I took. And then let's see, maybe in the future I can try something else too. My friend went from Pilates to yoga. Who knows? I just think that it's time for me to finally do something about my physical health, because I was ignoring it, thinking that by taking walks I was healthy, which was not true, right? Because I was only working out my legs and then also, I don't know, some sort of cardio, but my upper body was like forgotten. And yeah, now I'm dealing with the problems that I chose to, right, in the past, because I decided to not work out or do anything fitness earlier in my life. Oh yeah, the notepad was... Where was it again? What about you, Pilot? Have you been playing anything? Also, Pilot, the other day you were excited for the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 DLC, right? I can just tell you that I got spoiled thanks to the Nintendo Direct that gave us more information about the Xenoblade 3 DLC, right? Oh, I think I finally found it. This is what the notebook was saying about the passage getting blocked, right? But isn't this just another way inside of this? Like, I don't necessarily need to take this out, I think. You don't remember anything being a spoiler in that trailer? I mean, maybe it is a spoiler for those that still haven't beaten the first game, which is my case. Seriously, man? There was like a character in there that I have been theorizing. It was not like a fully surprise, but I was still theorizing about that one character. And then he was just there, like, I'm like, seriously? Yeah, that's the character. I thought that his presence in that trailer was a somewhat spoiler. Especially for those that haven't played the games, right? Which is my case, that I'm still playing the first game. Not talking about the others were still kind of like a spoiler, especially the one from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. But that was not too big, right? But this character, yes, to me, he being there was very shocking. I mean, very shocking because of the situation, but not that I was not suspecting that he had some, you know, background or mysterious plot behind him that I will still need to understand as I'm finishing the first game. It was shocking to everyone. It was, right? That is true, actually. Even having played... That is correct. I did watch to some other reactions of that part, and people were very surprised. But then I'm not sure why people were very surprised. I will throw a theory, but then don't let me know if I'm right or wrong. But I got the vague impression that maybe people felt that he was dead or something, or he disappeared. But still, I'll need to see that as I go through the games. But then don't you think it was like a big spoiler or a big shock? Like, why would they do that? Wouldn't it be better for them to let people to see all this themselves when they try the third DLC? I don't know, I thought it was a very weird trailer thanks to his presence in there. Especially because of the way he was portrayed in the trailer. That's maybe another big deal to me, right? They portrayed him as an evil person. And that's what I was wondering as I have been playing the first game. I mean, maybe the trailer gave me that impression, but it's wrong. I'm not sure. But it gave me an idea that I didn't want to get from that trailer, basically. I wanted to get that idea or to my conclusions if I finish the first game. But now I have a somewhat bigger hope that all this is no good. Which is not, again, fully surprising to me because I was suspecting of that. But the trailer kinda, you know, gave me motives to believe that he was not good. Anyway. Or maybe he's just an antagonist. Wait, maybe not the... Is antagonist the word? It is, right? Antagonist. Antagonist is not the same as villain, right? Because an antagonist can be either good or bad. Like a mixed character. Maybe he's an antagonist. I suspect it means that all this isn't the main focus of the DLC. Monolith Soft is really good at misdirection in their trailers. Interesting? Okay, if that's the thing, then sure. Then there will be more reasons for people to be surprised, right? But having him in the trailer builds hype from totally. I understand the hype part, but it did make me bothered because I was still like in the first game trying to understand those characters, and then suddenly you see him as a counterpart of the heroes. I'm like, villain confirmed? Antagonist is basically the opposite of a protagonist. It is, but don't you think that it is not necessarily a villain? For example, there are some antagonists that can actually help the protagonist sometimes after a change of heart. So basically, could some antagonists become protagonists? For example, let's talk about Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, you have Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta is an antagonist. He starts as a villain, but then he has a change of heart. But sometimes he also still does evil things, right? So it's like a complex character, basically. Why can't I find the notebook anymore? Oh, you asked earlier what you have been playing. Currently you are addicted to the Harry Potter game. Interesting, you are playing then Hogwarts Legacy, right? Yeah, that game was very problematic, right? Thanks to J.K. Rowling. But I'm just like with the mindset of like... people should separate things a little bit more. For example, it's not because you are playing that game that you are, let's say, a transphobic or something, or supporting J.K. Rowling's complete crazy ideas. But at the same time, I also understand those that feel, let's say, annoyed or they feel disgust to like play the game thanks to the whole situation. I totally understand that too. But sadly, this situation really divided the communities and people and caused fights, even in my Discord channel, right? So, yeah, I just hope that people have clarity that, like, one thing is one thing, but please don't... Like, you can support that work, you can support that game also because it has other people involved in that production. For example, the game developers, the musicians, the programmers, everybody that have nothing to do with J.K. Rowling's, let's say, mindset or behavior. But please separate things. Like, if it is about the Harry Potter universe, it's good, it's fun, it's like magical and everything, but then if it is about her opinions, please disagree, right? It's not because you support one thing that you support the whole pack. That's the only thing that I wish or I hope people can understand. But still, I do respect whoever decided to play the game, whoever decided to not play the game. I just won't respect whoever is supporting that idea from her, but anyway. But in my opinion, or at least in my case, I'm still kinda not very hyped for the game though. Maybe eventually I could be playing it, but right now I'm not very hyped for it, even though it does look great. Yeah, the game has been looking fantastic, and I'm glad to hear you have been enjoying it. Pretty much anything you buy has some sort of problem. Gabriel was kind of trying to say that too on Discord, even though he kind of does it in a very somewhat aggressive way, right? So, I don't know, it was too dramatic. From simple things like environment damage due to resource consumption up to basically slavery conditions in resource extraction and production. That is true. Yeah. Everything is an antagonist, right? Everything is an antagonist. Everything has something good and something bad. But at the same time, we need to separate things. Like, we need to know what we support that's good and what we should not really support that's bad, right? At least in the idea universe, because in the capitalism and then consumerism, we kind of end up buying things still, right? But again, I totally understand the respect and support those that can also stop buying those things too, because I do understand their point. Elon Musk is also verbally anti-trans. I didn't know that actually. Yet somehow the bulk of the conversation is happening on Twitter. I didn't know that, man. Yeah, that is very very bad. But again, I do hope and believe that people have the capability of separating things. For example, I'm using Twitter, but that doesn't mean that I support that, you know, or that idea. Sometimes it is important to separate. Was it in there? No, right? I think I'm walking in circles trying to find the notepad, but I can't. Was the notepad higher? You know what? Maybe the notepad was at a higher spot. I'm not sure. I didn't remember, Pilot, that you were a somewhat Harry Potter fan, actually. Oh, there it is. Wait, it's not in here? Never mind. You enjoy the movies? You dislike the books? That's a funny opinion, right? Normally it's the opposite. Can you tell me why you dislike the books? I kinda like both. But of course, regarding what is the most practical to do, watching the movies is much easier, right? So I probably prefer the movies. But the books actually helped me to start liking to read. It was the Harry Potter books, the Book Thief, and Sophie's Verdon, or Sophie's World? Yeah, Sophie's World in English, right? Those three books were the books that helped me to start reading more. And then sadly right now I'm not reading anything, rip. I was reading Stephen King It, but I stopped. I was also reading the third book of the Game of Thrones, but I stopped. Not because they were bad, it's just because I got distracted and then I could never return. You were hashtag Team Voldemort when reading the books because the main characters were super annoying? Interesting. Partially because you were in your 30s when finally reading the books, maybe? Yeah. Maybe the writing was not for you anymore, right? It is very easy to digest the writing of those books. But being Team Voldemort, man. Pilot, have you been and also at Tekken? Have you guys been watching The Last of Us, the HBO series? Because I have been watching that even though I haven't checked last week's episode. But I will try doing it soon, I hope. Oh, you typically don't watch TV or Netflix in general? Uh, you also don't watch, let's say, animes or something? By the way, Pilot, did you check my new emotes? We got Bookmark's new emotes. Now we're only missing Emily's emotes, but there we go, we got Bookmark's emotes. I hope you did like them, Pilot, because they have a very large variety of characters and of games that you probably like a lot, right? I only watch YouTube and Twitch mostly. I gotta tell you that I watch YouTube mostly as well. Yeah, and then Twitch sometimes. And animes, although last year I was watching more animes than now. Right now, at this moment, I'm kinda watching less animes and also less series. But part of that is also because I have been playing the Switch a lot, right? Oh wait, you have not? You only played a small bit of the game, so you're not that into watching the show? I'm watching the show and it's good. I'm enjoying it so far. I have not played the game. I have not seen the game, uh, but the universe it creates, even though it's simple, it is very like Resident Evil, right? It makes me wonder what if this could be true, this could be real. And it's funny how I was thinking about that, and then some days ago, not some days ago, some days later, right, some days after, I found some posts on Twitter talking about researches and news that it could happen in real life, or like there are some fungi species that could somewhat survive into higher temperatures and then cause the whole thing about the show. Um, so yeah, it's the universe that's interesting to me, not really the plot. The plot's very basic, it's very simple, very straightforward, not that complex. It is the atmosphere, it's the situation that is intriguing to me. And that's why I was liking it. I don't really like anime. The only anime you like is Puyo Puyo. Puyo Puyo has an anime? Because of Puyo Puyo Tetris? I didn't know Puyo Puyo had an anime. It's the capitalism. Is the panda your favorite, Pilot? It is an anime game. An anime game? Oh, okay, okay. That it has an anime. Yeah, I know Puyo Puyo Tetris, right? But I didn't know it was an anime game even. But that it has an anime. Honestly, Attack on so many games got animes lately, though. For example, or maybe I should say the opposite. Like so many. No, no, no. It's correct. So many games got animes. Persona, then Tales of games. I think also Secret of Mana, Final Fantasy has movies too. Not really an anime, but movies. Resident Evil has the CGI series, and then we have Castlevania too. It's kind of becoming more and more common, right? The World Ends With You got an adaptation as well. Puyo Puyo. Oh, Dragon Quest. Puyo Puyo is a big franchise in Japan, at least. I never really wondered what was Puyo Puyo before Puyo Puyo Tetris, right? I just always assumed that Puyo Puyo was something for that game and that's it. But you know what? Maybe it is something bigger that existed even before the game, right? I might watch it once it's finished. That's the other thing. Rarely do I watch shows before they finish now. Honestly, you are not wrong about doing that. So you can kind of binge it, right? So I know it has a satisfying ending, have made a few exceptions, almost all on Apple TV Plus. Regarding Apple TV Plus, also by the way, holy shit. No, 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 no. Regarding Apple TV Plus, you just made me remind of one of my favorite shows from last year, together with Alice in Borderland Season 2, which was Severance. Severance started very slowly. It is one of those shows that it's probably better for you to watch one episode per day instead of binging it because it kind of goes on a very slow speed. But once it got to the last two episodes, I was thrilled. I was like, I cannot believe how the show changed so much and how fast it gets by the end. But then I was like, holy shit, couldn't Severance get another season maybe this year? Because I don't know why, I kind of feel like I heard about it. That they could be releasing season 2 this year. Maybe it's too early for them to do it, I'm not fully sure, but I had that feeling. And then I just remembered of that possibility and I'm like getting excited now. Man, how can't I remember where was the first place that I checked when I got to this place? I could swear it was inside of this. But you know what? I will leave again. So it originated in Japan, then got acquired by Sega, and then they made a few Puyo Puyo games. I'm not sure, or I don't know most of them. Then Puyo Puyo Tetris happened, and it is the most popular one. After being acquired by Sega, they made Dr. Robotnik's Big Bean Machine or something. They did. They even had a boss fight in Sonic Mania that was a reference to that, right? In Chemical Plant Zone. I was going to say something else now. Wait, what was it going to be? Oh yes, I was going to ask Pilot if he knew or if he has played Baton Kratos, which was another game announced on the Nintendo Direct, right? And Pilot does know some of those old games or old JRPGs. Do you know Baton Kratos, Pilot? People said it was kind of close to Chrono Cross, actually, regarding the visuals and everything. And to be honest, I could see that too. But the gameplay is totally different because of, I don't know, using cards and stuff. Yeah, that was like a spin-off Sonic game for the Western audience. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Exactly, Chemical Plant Zone Act 2 is just Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine as the boss. Which, by the way, I still gotta play Sonic Mania. I love Sonic Mania though. Especially the... how is it called? Mirage Saloon. Yeah, Mirage Saloon has my favorite Sonic music so far. Severance is amazing, really looking forward to the next season, right? I don't know why I heard or I hoped it would be this year. The one thing I really want to happen this year, I don't know if you guys have like big dreams and hopes for 2023. My dream and hope is my favorite band giving us a new album. And they kind of have posted that before on Instagram, saying that it's most likely going to happen this year. So yeah, that's my most hyped thing about this year. I want a new Wild Nothing album. But funny enough, the other day Spotify was recommending me a new song by Small Black. And Small Black has been one of the bands I have been listening to the most since I think 2020 or 2021. I mean, I knew them before that or prior to that, but it was their last album that made me very addicted to the band. The album called Cheap Dreams. Fantastic album, by the way. And then there was a new song, and I was like, wait, what is this new song by Small Black? And then there is a chance, I'm not fully sure, but there is a chance that probably they might also drop a new album this year. So I'm kind of very excited for music. News on the music area, right? Or like new music to listen to this year. Maybe even more hyped than games, because actually there aren't many new game announcements, especially for Nintendo platforms. For example, it's pretty much just, let's say, Zelda Breath of the Wild 2, that's very, very, very hype. I know that there are people hyped for Pikmin 4 too, but it's pretty much it, right? We don't have many big titles coming in, at least not so far, maybe later in the year. So yes, I'm very excited for the music news, right, this year. Regarding movies, I haven't been watching movies at all, although I think yesterday I was telling to myself or thinking to myself that I should go back to watching underrated, cult, exotic, different, and unique indie movies. Because it's been forever since I last have done that. To watch those weird ass, disturbing, foreign crazy movies, you know? It's hard for me to explain, but there is this whole niche of like unsettling, disturbing um, movies, right? Universe. That it's been forever since I last have watched something like that. It's like movies that normally talk about something crazy, or movies that can be how can I say this? They can be so experimental, you know, or they don't necessarily make fully sense when you watch it, or they can be about some crazy topic or some sci-fi even, and then people theorize about the experience of watching that movie. It's been so long since I kind of went after movies like that. Oh, okay, this is where the Queen Beetle is blocking the path, right? I see. So is there a way for me to bring the fruit there? But then I would need to find the fruit again. I was actually going to recommend it based on your love of Dark. Yes, Dark was my favorite show. That's for sure. I was even saying that there is one soundtrack of this game in here that remind me of Dark. And you do know Baton Kratos or Katas? I I always get confused about that game's name because I was not used to it. Since it was made by, oh, it is by Monolith Soft? But you have no interest in playing it. Dislike card-based battle systems. Really? But don't you think it kinda looks a lot like Chrono Cross though? Regarding the graphics? But I see you really don't like the card system. I'm not used to the card battle system either. But at the same time, I don't know, I could try it. And then guys, here comes the question, where did I place the fruit? I cannot keep track of anything I do, right? Posture? This looks a lot like a hidden door. If only I had a bomb, right? Man, you know what I should have done? I need to use my map more. I could have added more markers. Like one marker for where the fruit was, one marker for the blocked entrance. I should have done that. I'm not thinking with my tools. You know something else that I would also like to get or to watch this year? A new season of Black Mirror. Yeah, I think Black Mirror is also very close to Severance regarding how disturbing and messed up it is. Yeah, a new season of Black Mirror would also be good. Man, where the heck is that fruit now? Is it closer to the nest maybe? Servant? Wait, how is servant? I haven't heard of that one. And for something super wholesome, Ted Lasso. I have heard of Ted Lasso, but I don't remember what was it about. Servant. Oh wait, was this where I could find the tent? Or is this another entry? You know what? Maybe this is another entry. But this remind me that I think the tent was inside of one of these tunnels. So that's how I probably get to the notepad again. But this is different. Yeah, you see, it is different. I found a Beetle Husk dye. The dye bottle for the colors of the Beetle Husk bike. Okay. Sadly, I still don't know how to change my bike for those customization options. Oh, look at that. I almost missed you. Another Chamag. Haven't found many today. Normally I find more, right? So let's try finding another tunnel like that, because I think that's where the notepad was. What did you think about the trailer for Zelda the Breath of the Wild 2, or maybe Tears of the Kingdom? You know something that I forgot to mention when the Nintendo Direct happened last week? Oh, really? There is a chest in here? I forgot to mention that this new Zelda game, of course, it looks darker, disturbing, reminds us of Majora's Mask, maybe Twilight Princess, even though I need to watch it, I need to play it myself still. But the one thing that surprised me that I forgot to talk about it was that it allows you to create vehicles or customize vehicles or something, and then you can use them to navigate, which was very Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. And it's funny that even Rare, the company behind Banjo-Kazooie, and also Microsoft, but Rare posted something on Facebook that was kinda, let's say, shadowing Tears of the Kingdom. They post a photo of Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts, because that's what you do in the whole game, right? You customize vehicles, you create vehicles, and then use them to collect the collectibles, the jiggies. That's also why people hated that game back in the day, because it was very different than the original platformers for the Nintendo 64. But Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is doing the same right now. And then Rare was using that opportunity to kind of promote that game. I don't remember how they really said it in the post, but you know, it was it was like a I don't know, a play or a joke on the situation. They were like, oh, I mean, those were not the words. I don't remember what were the words. but they were like, oh, maybe this is a good time for you to play this one banjo game because something is on the air. And then it's because of the timing with the Zelda trailer. I'm not really that excited for Breath of the Wild 2 though. It looks more of the same to you. I'm not sure how to answer that now. I think that it won't be, let's say, because I do think it will be different. But at the same time, I think the game will feel like the first. Maybe a good way to put it is like Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, because it's like using the same elements from the first game but in a different way, kind of. But it won't be a complete new game. Actually, that's the thing. They kind of wanted to give it a sequel, right? So it is continuing the first game. Yeah, it won't give you a complete new experience, Pilot. It will do things differently because of the new abilities, the new mechanics, and probably new areas you can visit, especially the sky now. But the game feel or feeling will be the same as the first, for most part. It's not like something completely new, right? Was it in here, this tunnel? Maybe. I wonder why people said that Elden Ring... Oh yeah, there we go, finally. People said that Elden Ring was like getting everything Breath of the Wild did and made it much better, right? I wonder why was that? But of course I would need to check the game myself to understand. Let's read this again because this is helping us with the fruit, right? After all of my journeying, my path inside the nest is blocked. The Hercules beetle, she blocks the way and refuses to move. Yeah, because otherwise we need to go to the top of it, which was what I did. I'm at my wit's end. The creature sleeps and she will not move. I have tried attacking the beast, but its shell is hard as metal, and she does not even acknowledge me. There is an unusual plant that has overgrown the tower across from the nest. I plan to investigate this. The smaller beetles seem attracted to the plant. The climb was extremely troubling. If only I had my old gliding stone steel. Nevertheless, I made it. Holding the fruit that grows on the giant plant seems to agitate it and emit a harmless gas of some kind. Beetles seem to gather around as I do so. I will test my theory with the mother. That's what I wanted to do. So it's pretty much what I was trying to do before, right? Let me save the game, by the way. Wait, why can't I see my cursor? Oh, there we go. Yeah, but then the problem now is to find the fruit again. Because I have like a fish memory that I don't remember where I found the fruit at first place. I don't remember where I left the fruit that I found. But they said it was growing. Yeah, that's the supposedly queen beetle, right? Hey Ern, do you ever raid other streamers when you end my stream? No, I was actually talking about that earlier today, right? I don't do that because I kind of have the feeling that my community is kind of very different than many other communities, and I don't know, things when they get too mixed up, they kind of feel like too much formality. And I kind of stopped raiding. That's why I don't raid anymore. And I also don't mind when people don't raid me as well. I was talking to Attack and Pirate about that just, let's say, maybe an hour ago. It's because I think that sometimes the raids they end up mixing up people that sometimes they don't have much in common, and then many times they don't stick for long in the communities, or it's not the content that they are used to watch either. So I prefer, at least in my channel, when things happen more naturally. Like someone found my channel and then, I don't know, decided to watch for a little bit and then enjoy the content, and then, I don't know, maybe returned another day. But it's because of that. I think that the thing I do and also the way my streams go, plus maybe myself indeed, I feel that I'm very different than the rest. So normally my community or the communities they kind of don't match that much in general. I'm of course being let's say generic. It can happen, but I think most of times it doesn't work like that. At least from history, right? I see. Ultros was pretty sure he has never winced you raiding someone. I use it too, but it was some time ago, right? But he's streaming right now, so I asked him here instead. He's streaming right now. What is it? Wait, what is he playing right now? Maybe that's why he kinda asked me how long I would be playing. But yes, it's because, Jones, I think that most of times people, I don't know, they prefer watching to another different channel, because my channel is very specific. Like, especially thanks to the chatting we have in here, but also because of the games I normally play. So I always get this impression that when, I don't know, I get raided, or when people come from raids, they only, I don't know, show up for the first day and never return, or they follow because of the hype, but then next week they are unfollowing. So I'm not a big fan of raids. At least I don't think it works that much in my case, in my community per se. Because in here I kinda have a somewhat time to connect to people that stop by and chat to me. And then when the raids happen, people come from nowhere without knowing what to expect, who is streaming, and then I don't know, they don't know, or they haven't gotten to any impressions of me prior to the raid. And then I think that my channel plus my personality and then my characteristics are very specific, that stands out, and then it doesn't fit to many people, at least in not a generic way or in a generic speaking. So yes, I don't know. It's just how I normally think about that, even though I know sometimes I'm wrong. For example, I was even telling Pilot and Attack on how some great people got to my channel thanks to raiding, especially Saber. Saber is kind of always watching me, no matter what I'm doing or what I'm playing. And Saber got here thanks to a raid. But in most times, it's kind of like, some formality that my community is very different than the others, and then I don't see things mixing up very well. But maybe it's just my impression. Maybe I should start changing that. Oh, he's doing some Contra 3 speedruns. Let's go, Ultras. You gotta get another PB, man. But yeah, I don't know if he would mind, but I mean, people here do know Ultras, right? Like, Part knows Ultras, you know Ultras. Maybe Attacken doesn't, but still, like, Ultras is a regular in here. So I know that raiding wouldn't, let's say, be a problem, because people know what to expect when raiding Ultras. But still, I kind of don't do it in general. What I have been doing, though, even though it's more subtle, is like having the auto host thing. Yes, I do have the auto host activated for Ultras, for example. So even if I'm not necessarily raiding him directly, when I go offline, the auto host probably would pop up, right? I mean, although there are also other people there, so it depends on who's online. But when I started streaming, there wasn't many people online. Let me see who's online right now. Yeah, Ultros would be the one. Yeah, it's only Ultros and another person streaming right now in here. But it's because I'm not a big fan of raiding, basically. Pretty much because of this community mix that sometimes people don't have much to do with me or to my community and things like that, you know? Okay, so I think I lost the fruit, but at the same time, I don't know if the fruit would respawn. But I still kind of want to investigate that. I think you are thinking way too deep into it, but your reasons are your reasons. You might be right, man. Um, but I don't know. It's just that I still don't feel too comfortable about the situation, you know? It's because, like I'm telling you, my channel is very, I don't know, specific. Like, I think that it's not for most people, you know? So I don't see raidings or raids, right? Or I don't see raids being too effective in my case. But sometimes they do make some difference, yeah, but I don't know. To me, it's just a neat thing to do. You expect nothing of it. People get a channel point boost for being a part of the raid. Yeah, actually, Attacken was telling that people normally join the raids to get the channel points. I was like, seriously, guys? People join the raids because of that. I joined the raids to like add up on the number, right? For example, we are jumping into another person's channel, and then when there is the alert message, then the number is somewhat bigger. For example, oh yeah, you are getting raided by 10 people or something. But for example, normally the channels that I'm taken to watch in a raid, normally they are not really the things I would watch myself, you know. So that's why I'm saying that when I think people are getting to my channel thanks to raids, they might not really find something that they would be willing to be watching for like a long time or like for the future. And then that's why I have this feeling of formality for some cases or for some moments. Also, hi Yoda, what's up, man? Some other streamers I watch think pretty deeply about raids. Am I not the only one then? Because I kind of think that's my opinion about the raids, right? And I understand it is something positive. For example, for that day, for that night, some streamers would feel like, oh yeah, we got more people watching, and then let's get the party going or something. But at the same time, I think that sometimes the people that are coming could not really be. How can I say this? Could not really match with, in this case, with me, because of like lacking of things in common to talk to, or like I just want to watch a certain game and then I play different games, or you spend too much time chatting and not playing the game, so I don't want to watch this either. I don't know. I kind of prefer when it happens naturally. Like a person saw me playing a certain game. For example, Golden Sun, which is like my main game right now. We got a new person in the community, like Digita. He has been stopping by the Golden Sun streams. He got to my channel thanks to the Golden Sun game, right? Thanks to its tag. And he has been interacting with us, and then, he was not like just someone that got in here accidentally or like randomly and then talked to me in day one and then never returned. I think it is more effective when it's in that way. Of course, I'm being generic. Like it's not going to be that way always. And then of course sometimes people can um, have things in common when they get different communities getting raided. But it's still something that I do have some personal blocks, or like I think too much about it, like Yoda is also saying. So yeah. I have witnessed raids anywhere between 1 to 1,000 people, and essentially rarely anything sticks from that. Exactly right. Unless you are a blonde and a female. You know what? Yeah, right, Jones. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the reality. I'm a part of a few interconnected communities that tend to have people stick around. Regarding that, Pilot, I do think that I don't know. I think that there are communities that do stick around, but it's still every community is so unique, right? Like I'm thinking about all of the communities that I'm thinking. Everything is so different. Like Jones' community is one way, Ultra's community is also another way. Draco's community is completely different. X5's community then like it's first of all it's in Spanish. I know he also speaks in English, but it's mainly in Spanish. And then it's also about VTubing, like VTuber, as he's a VTuber. So I'm like also getting to know the VTubers. I never stopped to watch VTubers before. Everything is like so different. Bookmarks community too. Like Bookmarks community is like full of let's say wholesome and culture from like pop idols and it's hard to put in words though, but it is a complete different vibe. Like comedians are super different. I'm not sure how really to describe my comedy. Maybe chatting and food. I don't know, but I don't know. Pilot is saying that in a way that it sounds like his communities are kind of close to each other. Like the communities that he's part of, they stick to each other in some ways. The ones that I know around my channel are so different than each other. At least in my opinion. That's why I'm saying that I don't think that most times the communities that I don't know raid me have a lot to do with my channel. Unless, of course, let's say the streamer, him or herself, for example, Bookmark, X5, Draco, Jones, or Ultras. Yeah, we found something in common, then we are tagging along, but the communities, they feel completely different, like, from each other. And then, I don't know, that's why I kind of think that if you don't have a starting point to connect, but then like really connect with people, it's not the raiding that will do it, for like most part, because it is very different. Like everything that anyone watches or do or enjoys, it is kind of different on Twitch. I mean, at least on my point of view. The Trail Xeno community I heard are kind of like that. Are kind of like what, Yoda? Now I lost the context. Pilot is a Xeno Trails uh, fan, right? So. Oh yeah, also Electro's community too from Roller Coaster Tycoon. In the end, everybody is super different, right? And then we have, let's say, one or another thing in common, one game that we share the love, or one topic we like to talk. But then I have the feeling that maybe it's, I don't know, me sabotaging myself or something. But I have the feeling that most people would not like to be here for like a long amount of time, and then, because I'm not playing the game very well, or I'm playing the games I play, or I'm stopping everything I'm doing to chat, or to blab, or like, I don't know. But I do like that some people do like this, and then that's what I'm saying, that more than, I don't know, having a career on Twitch, I prefer having this casual time in here where I can pretty much vent, talk about the news I have seen, the things I like, I can get recommendations from the chat too about things I didn't know about, and share impressions, opinions, and still play the games that I always wanted to play, even though, I don't know, maybe those games are only things that I like doing, not really most people. Although, of course, sometimes I mix it. For example, Golden Sun, it's a more popular game, it's a more famous game. And then this one is totally like my pick. But I just think that I still have this impression that raiding is more like a formality for most part. And I don't know. Maybe I take my own experience and then I project that into the idea of raiding, because in my own experience I would be like, I'm getting into this raid, but I don't really connect to the channel that I'm getting to, you know. But then maybe it's just me. Affirmative, but I don't partake in any communities that are based around a particular game or series. But you do think the channels you kind of follow are kind of like the same in a way, right? Exactly. That can also be a reason why I think it should be kind of more natural, because then you kind of know what you're looking for, or you kind of know what you want to watch, right? And then when you are raiding, it's like a roulette. You don't know where you're going to stop by, what is going to happen, which games they are going to play, if it has anything to do with you or not. That's my bad view on raiding, basically. I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but VTubers are weird. I don't want to use a camera, fine, that's your decision, but I really don't want to talk to a digital avatar making or masking a real person. Yeah, you see, Jones, it's about taste, right? It's about like what you want to watch, what you don't. And I also never really stopped to check a VTuber, and X5 is one. I was somewhat positively surprised. I actually had fun in there when I was stopping by his channel and everything. But that's the thing, like, things are so different that that's why I think that raiding in general has a very small effectiveness into really introducing channels that would match your taste, right? But sometimes there are other reasons why people connect or meet each other. I mean, do what you want. I'm just not gonna bother with it. That's okay. And no, I do respect your opinion. Uh, it is a complete new universe, right? It's a complete different thing. Loosely, they tend to play JRPGs. That is correct, right? Pilot. That reminds me of when I used it to look for new channels to watch. By the way, I used to go after Zelda channel, Super Mario RPG, my favorite game. Yeah, it was thanks to Super Mario RPG, for example, that I got to Drew's channel, um, and Zelda as well, especially Majora's Mask. I also use it to watch a little bit of Persona games, although I cannot remember any channel that I really stuck to watch like the entire Persona playthrough. Yeah, mostly Mario RPG and Zelda. I used to like to find new channels on Twitch by following those game tags, right? VTubers are like a big emote on screen. Yeah, but let's not forget that they also have personality, right? It's not only about the visuals; it's also about the chatting and like the interaction. But it could also be, let's say, um I don't want to say unnecessary. No, it's there for a reason, right? The avatar is there for a reason. But um, the conversation is maybe what matters the most, in my opinion. If the person can have personality through the conversation, then that's what sticks, right? But still, I think that we have different communities, and then just find the ones that you connect the most, and then everything. I mostly only stick to like three Twitch streamers and only use the rest as raid suggestions. That's more because I prefer to watch YouTube instead of Twitch. Attack on today, I'm like that too. I kind of prefer watching more of YouTube than Twitch. Unless it is something, I don't know, super interesting or crazy that's going on. For example, someone is playing my favorite game, or there is a special stream or something. Then I will also engage on Twitch. But in general, I get informed on YouTube, and then a lot of things that I get informed on YouTube, I try bringing here to my channel. Like, hey guys, did you know about that anime that I heard of? Or like, did you know about, I don't know, this one thing about a series or a TV show by the same creators of, I don't know, another TV show we watched? Yes, normally I get informed on YouTube, and then I bring the things I have seen in here. Or I don't know, game news too, or other things. Now, if I want to watch something, I will more likely watch something on YouTube than go watch a Twitch streamer that I'm not very connected with. Yeah, because on YouTube as well, you can find the topics and the information that you like to watch the most, right? Or like you are the most interested to check. On Twitch, it's a little bit more vague, but on Twitch it's good regarding the live interaction. I think that's the difference between Twitch and YouTube, right? Not that YouTube doesn't have live interaction, it does, but I think it's better on Twitch. Yeah, sometimes you just want to, I don't know, hang out and talk to someone live, and Twitch is the best for that. And then sometimes you can really connect to someone if the tastes match, right? Or if there are things in common between the two people, or even the community as well. But regarding, I don't know, getting to your own specific topics that interest you, then YouTube is better for that. Unless really there is someone that's a big fan of whatever you like, that you find occasionally on Twitch as well, right? Which is more difficult, but it totally can happen. There is nothing wrong with them. I just don't want to spend time only on Twitch. Me too. Yes. I used to spend more time on Twitch though, especially when I started my Twitch account. When it was thanks to the days of Twitch Plays Pokemon. That's actually the whole idea behind the channel, right? The Earn or Riot are pretty much memes from Twitch Plays Pokemon. So back in those days, I used to like jump into the Twitch Plays Pokemon streams and play Pokemon with everybody. And then I decided to start streaming myself almost 6 years ago. And then I made some friends thanks to the games I was playing. It started with A Link to the Past and also Wind Waker. And then from there, I ended up knowing a little bit more of those communities, and then some other games were suggested to me to play, like Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, and then sometimes I also played some games I always wanted to play, for example, Ship Raider, or even the other, let's say, super unpopular, nobody knows those games, like the one I was mentioning earlier today to Attack on, right, which was Henry Hatsworth in the Puzzling Adventure. I played that in here. Also, Big Bang Mini, which, fun fact, Big Bang Mini is like so successful on my YouTube channel for some reason. Maybe it's because not many people played that game, especially because it is a DS game and also a bullet hell game, so like not many people would play it on PC, I guess, like I did. And then there aren't many playthroughs on YouTube, but some people find my playthrough in there, even though it's shitty AF thanks to quality. But I somewhat helped people to clear some levels they were stuck at. So yeah, I love how I started talking about that and then I just forgot how I started talking about that. But oh yeah, basically what I want to say is that I also changed my time when I'm watching something. Yes, right now at the moment I mostly watch YouTube and also serious anime and sometimes movies. And now TV shows, for example, in an hour I will be heading to the TV show that I'm following, which is, by the way, a garbage TV show. I confess, I admit it. It's Big Brother Brazil. but it is also somewhat good to me because it clears my mind. Like it really makes me to feel distracted by seeing, let's say, other people's problems, even though they are, let's say, just excessive drama and stuff. They are not like really making me any smarter or something, but it does make me relaxed or distract my mind from problems. So that's why I like watching it. If a Twitch streamer makes their streams look close to their YouTube videos, then I will watch their Twitch as well sometimes. Oh, regarding formats, yeah, maybe some Twitch streamers can do something close to YouTube format, but honestly, I think I have zero YouTube format in here, right? Because normally on YouTube, people really focus on the games, and then they don't have a lot of interaction with the chat, but there is some. Sometimes they can manage that. Yeah, in my case, I think I can't do the YouTube format. Twitch has a smaller stream delay compared to YouTube. When it's live, I never noticed that. I have joined some YouTube lives, right? Or live streams, but I never noticed the delay. It's like 15 seconds on YouTube, seriously? I watch those horror paranormal videos on YouTube for relaxing. Oh man, there are so many of those, right? Regarding Twitch though, when I check like randomly what people are doing or streaming, I see sometimes people visiting in the IRL, right? In real life tag. Some people do visit to some haunted places or like abandoned buildings, right? Looking for ghosts sometimes too. That's also a somewhat thing on Twitch as well, Yoda. But of course, it is scarier and creepier on YouTube, I would say, because people can edit the video and add some sound effect and stuff. But believe it or not, there are some people that do that as well on Twitch. And it's funny that it looks like there are way more abandoned haunted places out there than what I imagined. Maybe it's more common in Europe, or maybe it's just not as common in Brazil. Because in here, if you ask me, I wouldn't be able to tell you a single place that I would consider haunted or abandoned. I think this whole paranormal and ghost culture or idea feels more popular in other countries than in here, or at least not in Rio. I'm not sure. I just feel like it's not a thing in here. Or not as much. How can I get another fruit though? Have you guys been to any haunted place before? I mean, if Yoda likes watching that, I think he would go to a haunted place himself, right? Honestly, I don't even remember the last time I have been to a graveyard. Oh, there we go, there is a fruit in here. So Pilot has been to many places that are claimed to be haunted? Like how were those places? Were they, I don't know, old churches? Or normally those places are like old hospitals, right? Or how is that called? Like mental health hospitals? That's not how it's called, right? Um, yes, I know the word in Portuguese, not in English. But yeah, how were the places you went to, Pilot? And did you find any ghosts? So here's the thing. Um, I'm not like fully sure. I'm very open-minded, or kind of open-minded towards like what do I believe and what I don't believe. But I kind of have I kind of have a somewhat belief on spirits, mostly thanks to some documentaries that I have watched, especially the documentaries on Netflix, which by the way I do recommend them because they were very interesting. Um, I think the ones I'm talking about are called Life After Death. Yeah, it got two seasons if I'm not mistaken. One was with Tyler Henry, a medium, and the first one talked about many different topics, while the second one was following the the work of this one medium called Tyler Henry. I mean, of course, it could all be a scheme, it could all be a setup and stuff, but I also kind of want to believe it's not. And yeah, those shows, but also another show too, Unsolved Mysteries. But then this one is more about crimes, but it has some other episodes about other things too, like spirits and also aliens. All of those documentaries, they kind of made me change my mind a little bit towards the topic. And then today I might believe more in spirits, thanks to the things I heard about those shows, or let's say things people have said they experienced. In case what they are saying is real, then it sounds interesting. But regarding ghosts, I mean, if you refer to them as spirits, then sure, I might have a little bit of belief on that, but not in a really bad way, like not in a spooky, creepy way. But at the same time, I'm open minded, so I might be saying that today, but if like tomorrow something else happens that proves me that I'm wrong, then sure. But at this moment, I'm kinda a little bit towards believing in it, thanks to the shows that I'm talking about. Like, if people can really connect to the outer world the way they are showing in those documentaries, then there is something else going on that we might not know. Pilot has been to graveyards, places where people were. Oh yeah. Oh man. My friend was talking to me about his Europe trip, right? And he went to Italy, and then he went to Pompeia. Pompeia. I'm not sure how it's called in English. The one city that got a disaster thanks to the volcano, the Vesuvio volcano. He was telling me that place was one of his favorite spots in his trip, because it was mind blowing to him how the city was frozen in time. So you pretty much could still see so many, um, let's say, buildings and also corpses that were somewhat burned thanks to the lava, right? But they were still, intact, as you could totally see their shapes. And I don't know. He told me that the city really was like frozen in time, so it was like a completely disturbing city because of the disaster that happened there, the destruction you could see, and also especially the corpses. But at the same time, impressive on how time feels like it never continued from that, right? Yeah, he was amazed by that. Insane asylums, jails. Man, I have never been to a jail. It feels scary enough to visit parks, trails at night. The thing is that I would feel scared about going to parks or trails at night, not because of ghosts, It's because of evil people, like thieves, or I don't know, um, kidnappers, rapists, people like that. I have never seen a ghost, and I don't personally believe they exist, but I find the concept entertaining. What about spirits? You also don't think about spirits? Like they don't believe? Wait, they don't exist. The only experience I have had was sleep paralysis. Dude, sleep paralysis sounds very disturbing. I had that one situation in my life when I was sleeping. That scared the heck out of me. Holy shit, the Queen Beetle is really alive. But wait, isn't this the same thing though? Am I not going to... Am I not going to end up in the bottom of the tower? The Beetle jump scare, right? It's the Beetlejuice. Okay, let me finish checking what is this for, and then I will go back to this talk, Yoda. I brought the fruit that beetles love. Are they coming to me? I kinda don't wanna fall there though, because I think I won't be able to return if I fall. No, the beetles are not interested. Yes, I got scared because I was assuming the Beetle Queen was a statue, right? As she was hard as a stone. I gave up, I'm falling here. No, this makes no difference. So this was just for the Beetle Queen, I think. So I'm thinking that was an alternative way to enter here, in case you don't have enough stamina to climb to the top. Unless there is another Beetle Queen elsewhere that I should be moving, right? But then I don't remember finding a second one. I did find something weird. Oh, you know what? I kind of want to check that though. Can I warp now? Yes, warp there. Yes, I found that other rock formation that was more like a statue actually. That, who knows, maybe it is important. I think I would test that out too, but then that's going to be it for me. Okay, so back to the creepy stories, right? So there is this one movie, guys, that used to be my favorite movie in the past. It's called Waking Life. It is not a movie that I recommend to everybody because it is more like a collection of stories and just like a collection of random talks about random topics. It's not really a very clear movie. The idea of the movie is very different, like its purpose is different. It does have a plot, it does have a story, but it is more about the experience and the things they are discussing in the movie more than, like, I don't know, a conclusion, a drama, a climax and everything. But okay, there is one thing about the movie, that it is about a dream, right? The movie setting is like you are inside of a dream. And that movie made me think about a dream that you could not wake up from. And I have had that happening to me once. You know, also Inception, how they are jumping from dream to dream and then getting to deeper, deeper, deeper into the minds of whoever they want to cause an inception or something, or a change of thought. It's just like that too, like Inception. So I have lived that. And I was conscious, or like I realized that I was inside of a dream, that I was jumping into dreams. And that was terrifying because I could not wake up by my own. So basically, I realized that I was dreaming. And then normally, once you realize you are dreaming, you wake up, right? Normally, you notice the episode and then you naturally wake up. I was not waking up, I was getting into another dream, knowing that I was stuck. But yeah, this is the thing I want to check too, even though I suspect it's nothing. Which is also very close to the fruit, right? So this won't be too bad. So yes, I have had this one dream that I could not wake up from it, even though I knew I was dreaming, and I was jumping into different dreams. I only woke up thanks to my mom that had to go inside of the room and she had to do a phone call. Yeah, there was like this one phone. It was a fax. Do you guys remember a fax? A fax printer? Yeah, she wanted to use the fax printer in my room. And her noises woke me up because I could not wake myself up, right? And then once I woke up, I had like a crazy intense heartbeat. I was like super nervous, sweating even, because I was feeling like I would never wake up from my dream, you know? So yeah, I had that traumatic experience once. It's like a lucid dreaming be like. But the thing is that I wanted to wake up, man. Yeah, in that one nightmare, I felt like I want to wake up, but I can't, you know? I felt like I was stuck. In a lucid dream, you kind of don't want to wake up. You want to keep on exploring the possibilities of your mind and everything. And then normally it's not very scary because you want to be dreaming, right? I tried to wake up from a dream, but the moment I woke up, yes, I was still in another dream. That's what happened to me. And it's also something that goes on in Waking Life, the movie that I mentioned. Just as a side note, Waking Life is not really my favorite movie anymore. Now it's Mr. Nobody. But both movies are recommended, especially Mr. Nobody, because it's more like a normal movie. It follows, let's say, a more normal movie. Wait, is that a chum egg right there? No, maybe it's just a glitching piece of stone, right? Yeah, it's because Waking Life is too experimental, too cult. It's not like a standard movie, right? But Mr. Nobody is. So I do recommend especially Mr. Nobody. My man getting stuck in Groundhog Day. Attacken, did you know that your man right here was born in the Groundhog Day? Yeah, man, like 14 days ago it was my birthday. And it is in the Groundhog Day. So you might be on point. I actually have the DVD of the Groundhog Day movie, by the way. Very late happy birthday, don't worry, it's fine, but thank you. I kinda don't celebrate my birthday though. Remember when I was having the talking here about raiding and stuff, how I feel kinda different towards raiding? I also feel kinda different towards birthday or my birthday. Oh, fun fact, the VTuber and part of the community that I was saying, X5, he also was born in February 2nd, in the Groundhog Day, right? So we were kinda saying happy birthday to each other in that day. But yes, I kind of don't celebrate my birthday that much. It's not I don't feel too happy in my birthday. I kind of prefer to stay isolated or, I don't know, kind of by my own and reflecting about things. Maybe it's because I'm really getting older and older and older, and then sometimes I feel like that my life problems are not really I don't know. I will always have problems, I know, but sometimes it feels like depressing, you know, to think about your issues, and then that sometimes you're still struggling with the same things ever, always and always, even though it's not real. Another thing that I learned last year to tell myself every time is that what I think is not real, which is so correct, and I gotta keep on telling me that, because what we think is just like a random thought that comes to mind, and it can or cannot be real, but most times it's not real. Wait, so I can't really get another fruit in here? Come on. But anyway, I feel depressed by my birthday, basically. Not every time, but most times I kinda don't like to celebrate my birthday. Yeah, so maybe I got all of the fruits they had in here. So you know what? Let's go complete the side quest then. I don't think this statue would be anything important. So let's complete the side quest. But that was funny though. That Attackam was mentioning the Groundhog Day. That's exactly when my birthday is. I don't remember seeing people in here like besides this person, right? Which is the one that told us to go after the Hercules beetles. Also related to the subject that you were talked about, you should try out Superliminal. Oh, that's a game, right? But isn't it a shooter? Wait, maybe not. Maybe, no, I'm thinking about Super Hot, I guess. Yeah, Super Hot is a shooter, right? But it has somewhat uh, no, never mind. It is different. I know which game you're talking about. It is a game about perspective, right? And then when you change the angle, you kind of go into a different perspective, isn't it? Yeah, it is a puzzle game. Yeah, it was a game that I think was out first for the Xbox or PlayStation, one of those two. But I totally have that game on my wish list for sure. And actually, there was also another game, but I don't remember how was it called, announced recently, and then I think it was a Xbox game or a Microsoft game that follows the same idea. Yeah, that you kind of change the angles and then you see something different now, and then you can kind of go from there, right? Yeah, those puzzle games with perspectives, they interest me a lot. And hopefully within time, I can be playing more of those. I have played a couple ones. The last one I remember I played was called The Bridge. Yeah, and The Bridge was interesting because it was based on MC Escher art. I don't know if you know MC Escher, but he's probably my favorite artist, right, regarding paintings and things. Because his art is always full of optical illusions. And I have been to one of his expositions here in Rio, and actually it was thanks to his exposition that I started liking to go to expositions in museums and galleries and stuff. Just like when I was talking to Pilot how Harry Potter books helped me to like reading, MC Escher art helped me to start enjoying art. Not that I don't know, I'm crazy for art, but I did spend um, some years, and I would still keep on doing it if I have more opportunities today. But I did spend some years really going to some expositions in the city and checking out different, I don't know, art that they were bringing to Rio and everything. And it was very good. It is very beautiful. But I gotta be honest, lately I haven't been going to many of those things. Not because I don't want to, but it's pretty much because I haven't been going to Rio that much, right? I did go to Rio in February 4th, like a little bit after my birthday. I finally returned to my favorite place in Rio, the Sugarloaf Mountain, and thank goodness the trip or like the commuting, maybe not commuting is the word, like The way for me to get there hasn't changed that much in these years. Like the bus is still the same, it still stops at where I wanted it to stop. Everything is still like years ago when I used to go there more often. So I appreciated that because it means that if I want to return to that life today, I still can do it the same way as before. But yeah, I haven't been going to Rio that much. Plus, I now lack of company, right? Because the people that used to go there with me, I kind of distanced from them. So I wish I could have more company to go to such places today. My book club is actually reading a book right now that is largely based on Asher. Yes, Asher is fantastic. If you guys don't know him, definitely Google some of his art and check it out because it's very beautiful, very mind blowing. I'm pretty sure everyone probably has seen that before, like at least one of his pieces of art before, but never really knew it was from him. Many things are based on his art, right? For example, in Persona, there is a whole dungeon that's based on his art too. And on some other games too, like the one I mentioned, The Bridge. It's pretty much that painting that has the stairs and the maze, right? With many doors, upside down doors, stairs that are also upside down, that they go to nowhere, and then you don't know where is the entrance, where is the exit. It's that pretty much big trip with like optical illusion, but it is amazing. It's very good. The book is called Godel, Asher, Back, an Eternal Golden Braid. Speaking on Braid, there is a game called Braid that I always wanted to play. I think it's a platformer, and I did get it. So eventually, we need to play Braid as well. And it looks at how consciousness and the sense of I develops from simple systems. Though the lens of Godel, math plus logic, Asher with art, and Bach, the music. I see. So they talk about uh, the consciousness of yourself by using art, music, logic, and math. It sounds very interesting, man. Yeah. Have you been to any of Asher's expositions before? But that's also another big coincidence that I was mentioning Asher and you were reading his or a book about him, right? Oh, you have not, but if one comes around, I'll be going for sure. It is very, 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 very good. And the best thing about the one here in Rio is that this one museum, it's called CCBB. This one museum, it's free. So not only they have like the best expositions I can recall of, but also it's for free. So it is such a welcoming place, guys. Um, every time I go there, I really feel like I'm taking a big break from like the masses and the traffic and the transit. Not the transit. I always say that word, but it's not the right word in English. The traffic, right? That's the one. And the madness of the city of Rio, because it is in the downtown, right? And then once you enter there, it's like completely peaceful. It has a huge bookstore. It has also a cafeteria. It has many levels, like many floors. It has a theater. It has also a movie room. Sometimes they do show some cult movies or like sessions of like a certain movie maker. For example, I remember when I went there for to watch Drive with Ryan Gosling and also Scarlett Johansson's Under the Skin, right? Yes, I remember going there to watch those, and also this one somewhat animated movies festival called Anima Mundi, which I miss so much, by the way. They used to happen here every year, and I used to be so hyped up to go watch. Oh my god! What are the odds? I cannot believe that. Okay, today has been the coincidence stream, right? I'm wearing my Anima Mundi shirt, right? It's freaking right here, Anima Mundi. You see? Yeah, I used to love going there to that animation movies festival or animated movies festival every freaking year. It were like a bunch of short movies that would be compiled under an hour or so, maybe an hour and 10 minutes, maybe an hour and 3 minutes, something around those lines. And then they had like up to 10 different movie sections. So basically, you could go there many times and watch a different movie sections with a different collection of short movies, short animated movies, right? It was to be so fun as well. Of course, most of those movies were somewhat simple or I don't know, not that great. But of course, as well, they would mix them up, right? So everyone would feel satisfied by at least one or two, or I don't know, nobody would be disappointed after those sections, even though some of those animations were somewhat experimental or too crazy or too simple. But some of them had like a bigger chance of pleasuring the viewer or the spectator. But they were super fun to go to watch. I miss that so much. Those animated movies festivals, but they haven't been happening anymore. I think it's because of like the lack of cultural support, or like maybe it's not getting the budget right for it to happen anymore. Or maybe not in Rio, because maybe there is a chance it's still happening in other city, maybe in Sao Paulo. If only he's still alive, he can draw those arts in 3D softwares VR. Dude, and speaking on which, that is a very good point, Yoda. If only he were still alive to, use those graphical tools we have today. But what about the freaking artificial intelligences? The artificial intelligences can get his art, copy his traits, and let's say um, personality, and reproduce and create those new things, right? When Chill Mode was around, he was always talking about chat. How is it called? Chat VPT, BPT? I don't remember. But that thing has been like everywhere now after he told me about it, which is about the artificial intelligence being able to have a conversation with you and then sounding very natural and everything. Yeah, with the artificial intelligence, we can pretty much get more art around MC Escher style and books that could be based on a writer that has passed away. I don't know. How is it called? Tolkien, for example, from The Lord of the Rings. I don't know, imagine an artificial intelligence that reads Tolkien's books and then creates a new story of The Lord of the Rings by itself. With the evolution of things, it could happen. Chat GPT, yeah, that's the one thing I was trying to remember. Fun fact, a big part of the book is actually looking at AI too. You see, it's happening. And then it's going to be the big ethic. Hopefully that's the correct word in English. It's going to be the big dilemma of like the young generation today, right? Like, how are they going to deal with that technology of like things created by artificial intelligence that were most likely based on real things, and then who deserves the credit in there? The bot, or the, I don't know, inspiration? It is a very dense read, but I highly recommend the book. It's worth picking up. It does sound great. Just because it had Escher on it, it is already worth. And then you also get Bach and Godel. It's like extra to me, It sounds very, very good. I also miss reading books like that. I remember when I used to read many books about physics, math, statistics. There was this one book that helped me to start liking statistics because I used to hate it in high school, because I always felt it was super random, super hard to get it, super hard to learn it. And then after that book, I started changing my mind and liking statistics a little bit more. But am I reading something? I'm not, because unfortunately I'm distracted by everything else in my life. But there are some books that are fantastic. I probably have tons of books, amazing books at my shelf that I don't know if I will ever read them. There is likely a Portuguese translation. Yes, I was trying to say the Portuguese word for ética. Yeah, ética, ethics. I'm not sure though. It's pretty much, let's say, what is right, what's wrong. Is ethics the one word? It is. Okay, ethics. I was right then. I never really thought about saying it before in my life, but there we go. I was correct about translating it from Portuguese. Yeah, in Portuguese it is ética, right? It's pretty much what is right, what's wrong, what feels right, what feels wrong. But it's very relative as well. Um, but yeah, the younger generations will struggle with the ethics for the AI, because this AI can pretty much change a lot of things and then create a lot of things too, and even create, let's say, illegal things, right? Or they can even do something artificial, but somebody could claim it is real. So pretty much create fakes, right? So it can be such a big problem. Or even, let's say, wrong evidences or false evidences. For example, oh yes, like, oh, which by the way, dude, okay, Yoda was talking about how he gets distracted by watching videos on YouTube about um, horror stories and supernatural things, right? Sometimes on my YouTube feed, I get to some, let's say, crazy stories on the internet from two different channels, and this week I got to this one very messed up story about this one streamer that he set up like a fake live stream, so everyone would think he was streaming at that time, so he could kill his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend or like something like that while his live stream was going on. So basically he would have an alibi, or a supposedly alibi, for like saying, oh no, I did not commit that crime because my live stream was going on, my stream was happening. So when I was saying that the chat GPT could be creating fake evidence, I just remember that one story I got to see on YouTube this week, right? Of this one streamer that was like uh, making up um alibis for him to commit a freaking crime while the live stream was happening. But thankfully he got caught though. But it was very messed up, his pre recorded stream, right? Because he kind of gave signs that something would happen in that fake live stream he had. He also came up with excuses of like, oh yes, guys, I'm not reading the chat because OBS will crash, or because there is a problem here, and then I know I could be using my phone to read it, but I kind of don't want to do it. Anyway, he was coming up with so many excuses that made no sense to why he was not really feeling like it's, live and interactive with whoever was there. And thank goodness he was caught though. Yeah. Oh, I watched that this. Oh, you did see that too, Yoda? Damn, man. Yeah, that was very messed up, right? But yeah, Chat GPT can be dangerous too. Like it can come up with fake things and stuff. But I want to believe that it will also help us out a lot regarding bringing us good things. But regarding of bringing up things, let's give her the freaking beetle larvae, right? I have the larval husks you asked for. Aoife started clapping the moment I caught her eye. Ah, you got them. Hope old Mother Beetle didn't give you too much trouble. I hand her the husks, lighter than air but strong as steel, and she slides them away in a cloth bag. We got a beetle badge. This will really come in handy, thank you. I hate how they are not giving me the masks though, because I think the masks are what will really help me out. But so far, no masks. We got a larval husk package. Actually, there is one more thing you could do for me. Can you take these husks to Acria and deliver them to Ayan? Ayan? In the Chime Maker's workshop. Okay. You know what? Maybe by the end of this quest, we can get a Beetle mask. So there is more to it. Anything else I can help you with? Yeah, if I asked us to go to Acria, although I still haven't gone there. It is a new area, by the way. It is one of the unexplored areas in the map, right? Not sure which one, though. I mean, an over... Oh, wait, it's this one? Okay, this is Acria then. Because there is that marker right there. Yes, I'm not sure when we are going there, but now we have business there. Okay, let me check my phone very quickly. And then I think I'm very close to like end my stream. But I should think, what am I doing next now? Oh, okay, there is something here for me to get. There we go. By the way, Yoda, what about Yoamushi this week? Gotta say that I can't say that I'm not happy though. But at the same time, I kind of don't remember how the episode ends now, but I remember something that happened for sure. And I like that result. But I really forgot how the episode ended now though. Because normally it ends in a climax, right? I forgot what was the climax. Exactly, right? That was so out of nowhere. That was like very... Why? Do you remember how was the climax of the episode though? I kind of forgot it. He gave a warning? Wait, what was the warning? I completely forgot about that. I think I'll go back to the episode just to see the end of it then, because I completely forgot how was the climax. How many chum eggs do I have now? Only 4. Yeah, that's not enough to upgrade my my stamina. Let's check my other side quests. Yeah, this is also about Ekrina. An ancient race. I should bring more ring-shaped artifacts to the mysterious shrine. Yeah, I need now 20 chomegs. Isn't it more than 20 though? Oh my god, I completely forgot about the fishing side quest. We need more masks for the gliding. Oh yeah, the Sarin's terminals. I still don't have a shiny mask for this side quest. And I should bring any metal scrap to Alting. I haven't found more metal scraps. So the one that I could be exploring more now is the fishing one, I think. Yeah, we could be fishing in Sansee, right? Right here, basically. Trying to find the other species of fish. It was something abstract, but my guess is that he meant Onoda will have to leave Imaizumi behind. Either that or he's referring to Komari catching up. No, Komari? No. There is no way. Also, by the way, at least here in Brazil, Inuyasha was released on Netflix. And one of these days that I was struggling with insomnia, I decided to start watching it before trying to sleep, right? And I was so sad that the Brazilian version of the opening was not there, because it is such a powerful and remarkable song from like the 2000s, or maybe a little bit more than that, 2004, 2003, when I used to watch Inuyasha on Cartoon Network. Yeah, that song was not there. They actually played an instrumental theme from Inuyasha in place of that song for the opening. But thankfully, the Brazilian dub, is still there. But the opening kind of dropped me off a little, right? I was hoping to re-listen to that one powerful banger, and then it was just an instrumental, generic opening, right? The ending was the Japanese version of the song, which is a beautiful song. It's called My Will. But I still would hope or prefer if it were the Brazilian version. Surprisingly, there are so many good Brazilian versions of endings and openings out there. Of course, there are also shitty ones, but in general, the Brazilian versions do a good job. Maybe more in the past though. Today, not much. Like for new shows today, sometimes they get more generic today. But in the old shows like Inuyasha, Yu Yu Hakusho, Dragon Ball, even Pokemon, um, Digimon as well, the Brazilian versions of those openings and endings were so damn good. So I really missed that out. I will look up that version on YouTube. The one that I'm saying in Portuguese is I want to change the world, right? I want to change the world. Na 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 na. Yeah, that's the English version. In Portuguese it is Quero mudar o mundo, caminhar sem olhar para trás, como será na 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 na. And then again I forgot the lyrics, of course, as always. Em busca de sonho. Na 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 na. Yes, I can't. There is only one Inuyasha opening that I probably remember the whole lyrics in Portuguese, but then by saying that I can be jinxing myself, of course. Should I try it? I'm pretty sure I'll get confused or mistaken by the second part of it, but it's the third opening. Yeah, the third opening of Inuyasha, it's the one that I feel the safest about singing in Portuguese. Dentro do meu coração brilha uma luz muito forte, chama da esperança, a estrela da sorte. Quem indica o caminho, ilumina a estrada. Vamos nessa jornada atrás de um sonho. Pananão, pananão, seja qual for o fim dessa estrada. Sei que ela nunca irá desviar do amor, do amor. Cruzando tempo e espaço sem parar. Vou seguindo passo a passo, junto com você, lutando lado a lado contra o que for. Vou seguindo a estrada com a força do amor, continuando nessa história. I can't. Yoda, your emote distracted me. It ruined my concentration. Also because I know that I have no. I don't know. I don't have melody, right? My intonation sucks. But I know most of the opening's lyrics, right? Because it was a meme between me and my friends back in the day. We used to sing that song together. But this part in the end, it always get me confused though. But yeah, the third opening, yeah, the one it's the one that I know the most about the lyrics. And also look for the first ending, My Will, right, in Portuguese. My Will in Portuguese is so beautiful. Actually, that song is amazing. It's probably one of my favorite songs in Inuyasha. Do I know how to sing it at least a little bit? Mesmo que eu tenha. Oh, peraí. How is that again? You know what? Let me look for the lyrics because then I can go from there. And then we are going to end the stream with Inuyasha, right? Yeah, give me that in Portuguese. Yeah, there we go. Mesmo que eu queira esconder o que eu sinto aqui dentro de mim, meus olhos não param de dizer que eu te amo tanto assim. Nos meus sonhos eu sempre vou te procurar pra poder te falar que sem teu amor não há luz, calor, o meu mundo é frio. Tem tantas coisas que eu quero te mostrar, que eu quero te contar os meus sonhos bons da minha vida, a flor com todos os tons do meu amor. Peço pro vento te levar o meu beijo e te contar que eu te amo, o meu maior desejo. Peço pro vento te levar o meu beijo e te contar que eu te amo, meu maior desejo. Paranana, paranã, tantã. It's such a good song. Yeah, this one I could give it more emotion because it's the one that it's even more special to me somewhat because it is a very powerful song. But sadly, it's not in Portuguese on Netflix anymore, but sure. Have you heard of Demon Slayer? No, I actually have not. There is one? No, when I watched it on Netflix, I was only watching it with the Japanese original language, right? Which, by the way, probably totally my favorite opening of the animes I have watched last year. Demon Slayer first opening was so good. Even in the anime events I went to, when the band covered that song, I even started like jumping together with everybody else. How is that fart? Wait, not. Oh my god, I said fart instead of part. Sorry, that was unintentional. How is that part, right? It's like. How is it start again? I know there is it kind of goes. It starts slow, but it kind of grows up, right? It sounds like. I don't remember the start of it. The Portuguese version has 2.8 million views on YouTube? Really? I will need to check it out. I never heard it in Portuguese though. Okay, you know what? Lyrics for Demon Slayer 2. I know it ends with like Susune, right? That's the part that I screamed like crazy in the anime events. Demon Slayer opening. Yeah, give me the lyrics. Yeah, it does have the Susume right there. But I don't. Oh no, never mind. I would need to listen to it again to remember how it goes. Dun 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 dun. Na 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 na. It's something like that, right? Oh wait, to the do dananu chunoshita boku wo tsurute susume. There we go. I finally got to it. Yeah, this part is like super uplifting, right? When it gets to this tsuyoku nareru ryu wo shita boku wo tsurete. Yeah, that part is like you cannot stand still with that, right? You need to start jumping, screaming, get excited and everything. Oh my god, yeah, that was so good to remember. I need to go. By the way, isn't there more episodes of Demon Slayer this year? Like the new season? Let's go. There is that, right? In April, I think. The hype emoji. Yeah, man, freaking anime music for life, right? But everybody, I think I will call it in here because the TV show is starting right now. Um, Thankfully, I could have a good conversation with everybody. I could also finish this, not really finish, like there is a part, I don't know, two, right, to the side quest, but I could do what I had to do and I have been trying to do in this game for a while, but today it finally happened. But yes, I'm not sure when I'm back. Depending on how I feel tomorrow, in case my health is alright, then I can try streaming more of this tomorrow. I will see. Not sure if I will start it as early as today though, because I on purpose started it earlier so I could really try doing more in the game, and I kind of feel like I did. But I will see. This weekend it's going to be Carnival in Brazil, so I kind of talked to my friends, but they are going to be busy, so I don't know if I will be really doing something in Carnival. Maybe not. So I will avoid the crowds. So maybe I could also be streaming, but still I kind of keep on, let's say, saying those things, and then in the end, what happens to me and in my life and everything kind of ends up being completely off schedule, right? But I will see, and I will try. Like in case I don't feel very uncomfortable tomorrow and in the weekend, I will try streaming a little bit more, right? Here's hoping. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by. Let me save the game again. I think next time, or maybe tomorrow or on Saturday, we will be trying to do some more fishing because maybe that should be the next thing we focus on. And then after we complete the fishing side quest, I think we will be good to leave Sansee, right? And then we can go for a new area and explore the remaining parts. We could either go to Acria because they were talking about Acria today in here. We have a couple side quests about that place, or we could go to the. It's not Forsaken. How is it called? I'm actually wanna, or I actually wanna remember it. How is it called again? Badlands. Yeah, we could either go to Acria or we could go to the Badlands because the Badlands, I believe they are down here. I believe this is the Badlands. I'm not sure, but I think. And then it had the mysterious shrine in there, but I'm actually not sure. Anyway, I wish you guys a good night. Take care, and I see you then. Good night.